And welcome in, everybody, to this Saturday afternoon stream, the upper bracket final of the spring split. I am joined here with Harold and Rory B. Harold, how's it going, man?
Yeah, it's going good. It's going good. Happy to be here again for another day of Four Nations action. But I should say, so hype for this upper bracket final.
Yeah, and Rory B, we've got a best of five on our hands,
Oh
right? Five
yes,
IQ versus Venomcrest. This should be a fun day, right?
best of five. Fearless,
Mm-hmm.
may I add, as well, which is so good. I love Fearless draft. It's gonna be one hell of an afternoon.
Heck yeah. I mean, both these teams have shown some incredible records, right? We have the 5 IQ team undefeated practically, and then Venom Crest last split's winner. So this best of 5 could even be a potential preview of our final that we have in 2 weeks, right?
I mean, it could be. It could not be. There's still some strong teams coming up through the lower brackets. So there is certainly an angle to see these teams go up against each other in Stoke in 2 weeks. But
Mhm.
not everything is set in stone yet.
Yeah.
And I've got to say, if we have an ending like that Broad series the other day on a live show in Stoke, I think the arena's just gonna erupt.
Mhm. Yeah, for sure. I mean, these teams have both shown greatness. I mean, they've shown a bit of weakness there here and there, but I mean, we gotta see how these teams bring in, and as Rory, you mentioned, the fearless is the big talking point. We've had all split for 5 IQ, right? The team of one tricks people have called them, the solo queue warriors. How are they gonna adapt? So far in a best of three, last time we saw them play, an easy 2-0 as we got a roster check here. Tell us about them.
Yeah, I mean, this 5IQ roster definitely have had a lot of, I would say, flack thrown their way a little bit when it came through to the fact of like, oh, it's best of ones. Of course, they're gonna be fine. They still get to pick their stronger champions. Well, how are they gonna be? How is it gonna go? And like when it comes to best of threes or best of fives, when it's fearless and you can only play them once in the series, and then they just too well broad.
Hmm.
So like their champion pools didn't really get exposed or they didn't get really attacked. But now this is a different challenge, as we were saying. This is a best of five. There is one more game to go through, and they're up against one of the opponents that have made their games look harder. It is Venomcrest.
Hmm.
Yes, they did end up losing to 5IQ in the regular season, but it's not everything is set in stone, and Venomcrest have been on the rise.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this team is definitely whenever I've seen them play, it's like yes, both teams play League of Legends, but it's Venomcrest usually are the ones to just simply play it a bit better through and through, and that's usually what brings them the win. But 5 IQ, they do have that just upper edge of just individual skill in each of their lanes, right? Like we've seen amazing performances from their jungle Karina, for example. And we'll have to see how they can bring that together. And the more these guys play, the better they look because they're just figuring out each other's playstyle and it's looking good. And I think we even have a quick replay available, right?
Yeah, we have a clip from the game two against Broad where a bit of a messy series of fights where I think if I recall there's a Ragnar that just tries to end the game and then he dies and then they go to Baron and Kidley gets a double kill. Nobody gets Baron and then game ends. So
Hmm.
I think the strength of 5IQ is the fact that all five players have the decisional capacity to just say we need to do this to end the game, or they know what avenue they need to take to end the game. In my head.
Yeah, for sure. Rory, you got any more
Realistic.
thoughts on it?
I was just gonna say what 5IQ do really well is they're able to take their small leads that they build in lane. Usually, they're not hard stomping against our top five teams. They're not hard stomping them in lane. You may see the occasional 2v2 or solo kill, but it's never decisive. But when they come together for these set pieces in the mid game, they are so well put together that they just are so cohesive and are able to splinter the enemy and just collapse on them. And
Hmm.
it's why Karina's had so much success on champs like Nefiri, whose mobility is so nuts now that yes, splintering people is so effective for that champion.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Fury highlights we have here can be crazy. But talking about this clip, Harold, what do you? What, I think you requested this clip, right? So tell me a bit more
Yeah.
about it.
So I think this is just the ability of 5IQ to just again like splinter up the fight and knowing that they have the capacity to just take these separated fights and still come out on top. But as you see here, Kinley is just in the pit, just takes down two people, and that gives enough time for everybody else in Quick to just respawn and end the game. Like this is just the ability of having the confidence, I guess, at this point to just know that you can take these fights because at the end of the day you will have that man advantage when it comes to the later fight. Like this becomes a 4v2 under the Nexus, and there's a mega fat echo that can just yeah. QQR is blows up. Spark is trying his best, but BZ gets on top of him, and the Nexus is exposed. So this is just 5IQ being able to just find the angles to make the fights and make every play feel like it's a losing play for the opposing team.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, BZ there on the Echo is something that I've seen a lot of times that this player play, because it's always the thing where you're like, don't let it get ahead, and then it just does, and he takes over the game on that. But enough about this 5IQ team. What are we thinking about Venomcrest coming into tonight, Rory?
Okay, right. Venomcrest exciting me because I have no idea what kind of performance they're going to put on. Like, is Phrase just going to play hyper aggressive in this early game? Is Bust going to be relied on to get these flanks to win the late game fights? This is what we're really looking at here because I think Air and Chrisberg, pretty reliable players. Air is very good, especially if he gets those control mages, the Victor, the Azir that he loves so much. But I do think they I think they have one play style when it comes to late game team fights, and that is get Bust flanking. Or get proper Panda flanking as well, because sometimes Bust picks champions that just physically can't fill that role. But if 5IQ are able to ward properly and clear enough vision out to deny the flank TPs, I'm a bit worried for how this Venomcrest roster are going to be able to play.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, they do have the consistency, as in they've played most of the split together. Yes, Phrase was gone for a bit on this, monk retreat, supposedly away, figuring out where this guy's third eye was, and is now back. So we'll have to see how that works. And they also have been pretty consistent this split. The games they've lost, have only really been against 5IQ, if I remember correctly. So now in this best of 5 scenario, it might help them out.
Well, they were very, very close to losing both games in the last
True.
best of 3 that they played. We have a replay coming up, which is going to be in game 1 of their series versus Rise. And okay, this is actually the clip I thought. I thought this was going to be the clip of Bust flanking. This may be in just a second. Yeah, it's just a bit of an elongated clip here. So right now we're seeing Rise, massive gold lead, huge, in a great position mid. But watch Bust on this entire play right now.
Look
After
at the blue dot
forcing out
fly.
the Kindred ult, he's going to fly in and completely just solo-handedly win the game.
Yeah, I mean,
Really cool.
I went for the longest clip because he has the ability to just recognize that he maybe, he can tank the first engage and then just immediately reacts with the flank. And like it cleans up Rise here. We had a lot to say about Rise, especially after this game. Like there was a bit of a miscoordination, but Venomcrest just having that that killer instinct to just say, okay, yes, they've burnt a lot of cooldowns trying to pick off our Gragas. Now he's able to reset, TP back in. Let's try and force the fight. Let's keep them interested and long enough that Boss can find the window to flank. And as much as we have criticized Venomcrest this split because they've looked shakier, yes, they had an excellent record. Yes, they've gone through in the upper bracket final, but they've looked shaky. They haven't looked that great, and every time it feels like it's one of their two solo laners who clutches it out. Usually it's Bust because he has access to these high impact flanking champions like the Cassante, the Gragas. There's he has these windows to fight and find to the fight. But there's no slouch. The other solo laner on the side of Venomcrest is no slouch to finding game-winning plays.
Yeah, for sure. And we have a special head-to-head featured matchup for today that we chose. So, Rory, do you want to take us through this real quick?
Oh, absolutely. So we've got BZ, who loves his assassins, versus Air, who loves his control mages. And this is just two great forces slamming against each other. We're not expecting BZ to get his Z in draft. I want to make this very clear. Even though the champion's up in the picture on that left-hand side, we are not expecting it because BZ does so much damage and is so slippery on these hypermobile assassins. Think the Z, think the Echo. And what's more, he can even be flexed to Talia if his team really needs him to be. Now, Air on the other side, this is your scaling monster. Will get a few solo kills generally in the mid lane, but generally it's more he's pushing his lane in order to enable Phrase to make the plays elsewhere. That's in the early game. In the late game, this guy's positioning is so good and so solid that it's so hard to knock him down, and he's able to pump out so much consistent damage.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure. I mean, both these guys have just been absolutely consistent in all the games. I mean, BZ has just, we've seen them play it all. We've seen them play so many different variety champions in this mid lane, and it's no surprise. This guy, look at that, 1,009 damage per minute.
So
That is insane. Like, four digits, just barely broke it, but still crazy.
that is an average across the split also. Like that's the crazier part. Like it's not like one like it's not one like series where he had 1,000 DPM. It's all throughout the split. Now, I do have my worries when it comes to BZ when it comes to a best of 5. In a best of
Mhm.
3, yes, you have 2 games. Yes, you're not getting that exposed. And a best of 5, there's a possibility that, especially into somebody like Air, who we know has a deep champion pool, can maybe he will struggle. But
Yeah.
I won't be convinced until we see it.
But how are you feeling total about this best of 5, Harold? Because we do have our predictions. All three of us did send in our predictions before. I actually hadn't seen Harold's yet. So, Harold, go ahead, talk to me because we're on the same wavelength right there.
I mean, I think Venomcrest have the possibility to take one game, especially when it comes to those later drafts. But
Mhm.
5IQ have always had basically the brute force to just find a way to close out the game. And from what we've seen from Venomcrest, unless they have the perfect composition to find that late game team fight, they've looked soppy. And I think
Mm.
5IQ are the team that can exploit that.
Rory, how about you, though? You're straight
Yeah.
up 3-0. No chances for Venomcrest here at all?
Yeah, I'm clean slate. Book the pub table for 5:30. We're getting there on time. Kind of attitude right now. I just, I from the last best of 3, we saw a Venomcrest. I do not have the confidence that they are going to be able to match up 5IQ in really any major part of the game. I don't think their objective control is as good as 5IQ, and I don't think their mid game and late game decision making is as good. So I
Mm.
think 5IQ will just be able to maneuver around Venomcrest very effectively.
Yeah, okay, I see that. I see that. But I have to say, I'm with Harold. I give them one game just because of the best of 5 situation. That game 3 is what I'm thinking in particular, where they can maybe take a win and get that going for them. But then, is it enough for them to take the game 4 and then 5? I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see if you can make it to that table at the pub, Rory, if that will work out for us or not. I'm sure the players will give us a good show, and we'll very soon move into the draft to get this game 1 going for us.
Yeah, again, this is the stakes are high for this series. You win today, you don't have to play for 2 weeks, and you're going straight to your gamer chair in Stoke. So really, I mean, it just gives you the easier path, right? You get to
Mhm.
see the other team play an extra series. Maybe you get to see their adaptations. You get to see an overview of everything that's happening in the lower bracket. Maybe you can get to adapt a little bit, and you get to rest. More importantly, you don't have to distress to play like an extra series, and you have to prepare for it, and then you have a week to prepare for the other one. You're just waiting. So I
Yeah.
think both teams want to try and get this win, but predictions are going only one way on the desk. But I'm up to being I'm up to being surprised.
The one
Plus,
thing to say
train
on that
tickets
real
are
quick.
cheaper if you book them 2 weeks in advance. So it's
That is
always
true.
nice
That
that
too.
way.
Yeah. But both of these teams are arguably known for being the ones that don't scrim. I mean, I have heard, I can confirm that Venomcrest have had a single scrim since their last pick,
One
right?
whole
Well, they've had
scrim.
one scrim. So, are these the teams to make use of that extra 2 weeks off? I don't know. Maybe yes in solo queue, but we'll have to see about that as we
Maybe BC
should
can
get
add
into this.
another champion to his champion pool.
Yeah, they can practice something else, get that going. But
Bring
the
up the
scouting
Kiana, come
angle,
on.
I do
Oh,
see a
and we're
huge
I'd
right.
love to see it.
Yeah, we are live with this draft, everybody, and straight into that. Harold, I believe you mentioned the Nefiri pick before, so no shocker from Venomcrest to ban that one away, right?
It was Rory, but yes,
Okay.
the Nafiri getting taken away is very important. No Z ban so far, but the Greg is taken away from Bust. I think this is this is good idea in terms of drafting so far. You're taking away the easy lockdown / target access on the side of Venomcrest, and you're taking away the premier picks that are coming through for the one tricks of Quick. So I feel like I don't know. This probably you
There
had
we
a bit
go.
of a jump.
So
Did you see the
Zed's gone.
first pick Senna coming through for Dragler?
I don't like Senna. I just don't like her. No, I see a lot of teams putting priority on Senna. We saw this earlier in the week as well. I don't think it's that great, to be honest. I don't think the champion is worthy of first pick, and it also forces you to pick your support in either B2 or B3, which then just means your solo laners can like get really bullied out by the bans.
I mean, then again, if you're early picking your solo laners, it means that you either have something really strong or you don't really care about the camp.
I mean, there are tons of strong champions though. There's like Azir and Ambessa both up, and I think those are some of the strongest solo laners that you can get right now.
Yeah, but would you associate Ambessa with any of these top laners? With any two of these top laners?
I'm sure Bust can play Ambessa. I'm certain Bust can play Ambessa.
Probably.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, we got Xin Zhao and Corki locked in. We were talking about what Phrase is gonna pick. This guy Phrase known for picking both carries and enablers, and again we'll lock in that Xin Zhao. But we have a Talia pick as well, so that's how BZ's gonna start off this split. A champion they are definitely very comfortable with, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean they've shown up on the Talia before. I think this is really good to early pick it now. Maybe they want to pair it up already with the Pantheon, Talia Pantheon, one of those killer combos that is very well known. It's a good pick into the Xin Zhao because it makes it really difficult for the Xin Zhao to engage with that audacious charge. And it kind of gives you that pseudo frontline when it comes to skirmishing, but it's going to be the Viego for Karina. Still a kill combo, not quite as straightforward as the Pantheon, but I can see it working.
Pantheon is interesting because the way I see in Quick is they love a bit of global pressure. And if you pet Pantheon up with Talia, you can overload a side lane so effectively. We're just doubling up on the ults that Venomcrest really don't have much of an answer with how slow teleport is before 10 minutes now.
Now, imagine if they picked the Pantheon and then on 4-5 they picked like Shen plus.
Oh, I would love it. I would love that.
4 global ultimates, and you just get to run around.
Get
But
everywhere around the map. Yeah.
Air gets himself the Syndra. Surprise? Kind?
That was picked into the Talia, right? So definitely picked
Yeah.
with intention there. Something that they wanted. I guess you have the whole thing. It doesn't have any mobility to dash out of that minefield. However, you can still easily get thrown into it because, again, you have no mobility. So it's kind of a double-edged sword pick right there.
Now, I wonder with the drafting that's coming through, especially with the 2 bans being thrown at top lane, is it going to be a blind pick top lane for the side of Venom? Maybe like a four pick tank, maybe a Cassante coming through. The Ambessa is getting banned away, and then you give counter to Proper Panda. But from the others, it looks like they're going to want to lock in that support early on.
I'm a little confused why Inquick are banning Braum here, because Braum Senna is a really solid lane into Corki Xin Zhao. Like, I would not mind that at all as my bot lane of just being self-sufficient in the 2v2, not dying, really. Venomcrest didn't have anything in draft at that point to force. So we're going to see Bust pick up the Cassante here, being the very needed frontline that Venomcrest are requiring. which does open Proper Panda up to some very exciting. That's a top lane Vayne, never mind my point.
Yeah, Vayne was just locked in. I mean, at first that was absolutely, first I was like, what is this weird bot lane? But we have seen Kerberos play before in the top side, if I'm not mistaken. So how does that work up with the
He loves an AD
matchup?
carry up there.
Yeah.
What does he not love in top lane? He plays tank Lux top lane. Like it's like the point. The point to be made here is just this is like probably one of his signature champions. Though I would say like the Vayne, together with like maybe the Yorick and the Darius, especially one back in his playing days in higher divisions like in ERL1s. It was these kind of play champion that really got him a name on the scene. But as we see here, the R5
I'd love a
R5
bot here.
Rel.
It's fine, but like if you're gonna lock in Rel, why not just lock it in R4? I feel, and leave your solo, like your top layer to solo pick as R5. It feels a bit off in the draft to me.
I also think there's not really anything to combo up with the Rel Magnet Storm combo. Like if you had an MF, for example, like the Rel makes a lot of sense. But I feel like you could have gone for something like a Leona, where you're playing more for the 2v2, you have the better matchup into the Nautilus, and then you can just play off of the pick with the solar flare into the Scatter the Weak, and you just target up one person. They go for the Rel. It's maybe comfort, maybe it's just personal preference. Yeah. I would have preferred something with a bit more single-person lockdown, but at the end of the day, it's not me doing the draft.
Also, Fraser's over the moon with Inquick's draft, right? Like, how are you going to damage the Xin Zhao in a team fight? He pops the Crescent Guard, and suddenly 3 of your champions can't touch him. It's so good.
There's a lot of CC to throw him around, at least, so he has to be a bit careful about that. But you're completely right. Like, the damage, they're going to have to get into his face. And the closer they get to him, the closer they're in range for any of this necessary follow-up CC. You have the Syndra Scatter the Weak. If that hits onto someone, there's a lot of potential for them to being blown up. But I really like how this Taliyah pick has played out. This minefield, I mean, Venomcrest has just picked another champion after another champion with a dash that can just be completely stunned up if they don't play it correctly. So the control of just these gaps, these entrances, these areas could be absolutely fantastic for Inquick if they can set up that area first. But also, Venomcrest is known for their flanks. They're known for just getting behind the teams, wrapping around it, and that could really bring them a strength in this game.
Yeah, I wonder if it's going to have to be another bust bailout to get them out of this game. But I feel like in this game he won't have as much, agency to find the flanks, mostly because of all of this range on the side of Inquick, as we were saying. But then again, you look at Inquick's composition, and if you start getting on top of all of these carries, like they're all ranged, they're all squishy. The Xin Zhao is very well known for being the bane of any ranged carry because he has a mountain of damage and he just doesn't die. So
and a super long dash.
Yeah. So it just becomes a question of, can you make enough space with this Nautilus plus the thread volleys and the unraveled earth to just make sure that you don't get these melee bruisers / engagers on top of your backline, because that's going to be like the win con at the end of the day. I don't know if you have enough space buying tools on the side of Inquick that you can repel the 3-man engage coming through from the side of Venomcrest. But on the other end, you have a lot of poke on the side of Inquick. You can poke these frontliners out. You maybe land some poke onto the backline as well, making it more awkward to fight. So it just becomes a question of, can you burn the right cooldowns in the right moment to just try and find the angle of attack to get on this backline for Venomcrest? And for Inquick, can you just buy enough space? Can you chunk out enough of this front line to make sure that even if they engage, it's not an even fight?
Yeah. One I do want to point out, this is specifically Vayne inclusive, is Vayne top lanes generally take Ghost Flash, which means she is prime position to be set so hard back if Phrase just camps her. That if Phrase can get 2 kills on this Vayne doesn't have TP, so just the massive XP and gold lead goes over to Bust, and it's very hard for Bust to lose control of that lane at that point.
Or what Venomcrest could do is what we saw Gachi do in regular season against Kerberos's Vayne, which is make multiple lane swaps happen and then bring the jungler with the bot lane 2v2 into the Vayne, it's a 3v1, and then you're kind of just stuck there.
Yeah,
So,
you've only got one condemn.
Yeah,
Now,
and
before we potentially throw this over to, I believe, our casters, Rory, you said 3-0. Are you still confident with that after this draft from the side of Inquick? Are you giving them that win right now after this first draft?
I was really hoping you weren't going to ask me that. I feel like Inquick's draft's a bit of a stinker, to be honest. But I've got to back myself.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got to say Inquick are going to hand stiff, and you know what? They're going to scale, and this Vayne's going to take over. I realistically think Venomcrest has such a good draft, and it's very hard for them to lose with it. But I still have to back myself and back Inquick.
All right, doubling down on your previous bet, Harold, how are you feeling right now? You've made a lot of valid points so far, but which team has taken this game one from this?
I mean, I'm feeling this might be the one in the 3-1 for Venomcrest.
Okay.
This is definitely like the draft to do it. I feel like it's just more cohesive, more well built together, and just has more things that said like want to play together around the same idea. So, and it's just easier to execute because when you have things that can go in and burn a bit of HP to just find and engage, it's just easier to fight. So, it just kind of, I think this is the game that Venomcrest can take. I guess then we'll see the evolution of the series going forward because again, best of 5. All of these 10 champions won't be able to get picked in the next game, so we'll see what happens going forward, I guess.
Exactly that. Best of 5 Fearless. Our first best of 5 we've had this playoff so far, so let's see how many games we get out of that tonight as I get to throw to our amazing casters for tonight, Brackish Brit and Nick V. Take it away.
Yes. Thank you so much, Dubby and Desk. I am Brackish, joined by the mighty Nick V to bring you. I've been waiting for best of 5s. There was a world where I wasn't going to be able to do one this split, and it did not reconcile with who I am as a person, Nick.
It's going to be so amazing because, like, at the beginning of the split, people were like, okay, Inquick is probably going to make it into the top 8 and then fight throughout the bracket, but what about their champ pools? Well, we're about to see how deep it is because this is the first best of 5 they are going to play, and the desk was a bit on edge regarding their draft. I actually like it, but we can go into it.
On that subject, Rory, that was an extremely 5 IQ draft. And I think Harold makes a good point, and they're both making a relatively decent statement of this is a comp that is hard to execute. But time and again, we have seen Inquick take that burden on themselves because they have that confidence. They have that belief in themselves that they can win with these compositions. And they have shown us time and again that to be the case. So it's just another harder to execute draft, but I find it so hard to bet against them. Remember, they have yet to technically lose a game.
Indeed. My cat is actually meowing that he needs to leave the room. I'll do that in a bit when you are going to yap a bit, but we are going to see an invade. Chris
We
Berg.
might have a second. Chris Berg. Dunner not quite able to find the dredge line onto him, but just a little bit of aggro. Air stepping up, but BZ is there. Make sure that he can't just freely step up and get a ward down. No harm, no foul, really, from 5IQ to try that. Although Busty Phrase, considering moving in towards the top side here, it looks like Karina is wanting to start there as well. So a ward on the blue buff will spot her out.
Yeah, this means that they know at least where Karina is going to start. But of course, Viego is one of those champions that really wants to get a full clear before even considering going for a gank in the bot lane, we would assume. But let's talk about the draft just a little bit, right? We have Venomcrest, of course. They have the regular team fighting team that they really always like. They have an incredible engage on 2 sides. They have Syndra, who just with the scatter of the week can just burst someone down. And not just 1 or 2 targets, no, 3 targets for Syndra in this game. But with the Inquick, they really just drafted, as you said.
Level 2, not quite actually come through yet for either of these. Of course, this is still first wave, but Dunner and Dragdar really putting the hurt on Chrisberg. Already down to half health, already having to burn his pot. Kerberos, of course, is going to have an easier time of things in the early levels, but we do need to keep an eye on Phrase. As Rory rightly stated, if you put this Vayne behind, it can be a long time before she comes online.
Yeah, exactly. But Kerberos has a very good matchup in the top lane right now. Of course, can use the range and the true damage to really whittle down this Cassante. Bust is going to have a very tough time. And what I kind of want to see from Venomcrest is that they will swap lanes pretty early. I think one of the analyst desk said that as well. To make sure that Buzz is going to be relevant towards the mid game, they need to make sure that Buzz can get a little bit of gold, because Cassante, yes, scales well with XP, but in the face of Vayne, XP won't be enough.
No, there's just going to reach a point where Silver Bolts are going to chunk just too hard for Buzz to deal with, and that is a potential concern on the side lane as the game gets later. Kerberos doesn't necessarily need to attend team fights if he can just push in waves eternally and no one can really deal with him.
Exactly. Like, the only one who could potentially deal with him would be Air later on with the Syndra to nuke Vayne down, but
you don't want Syndra on the side lane.
Yeah, exactly. You want her in the team fights as the hook is missing, so Dunnebassant doesn't really have anything to engage with, but you already see that Karina is walking over a ward.
Chrisberg, though, she's been spotted out.
Yeah. All right. I guess they knew that, okay, even if Karina is going to hop on, we'll have the Xinjiao.
But she's not in a good spot. Proper Panda stepping up, but can't quite find the angle. The hook lands onto Chrisberg. The follow-up stuns are there. They're trying to turn it around with the damage. Phrase engaging, trying to get Dunner down, and it will be the Nautilus that is the first to fall. Venomcrest, they bite first.
Yeah, and that was a great stop by Rel.
Dragdar, a little too far up, has to flash out himself. Karina looking for the angle to do that extra bit of damage, but Venomcrest, they stand tall. That could have been a lot worse.
It could have been way, way, way worse, but very well played by Proper Panda there, using the W from Rel to make sure that Corki doesn't get engaged upon, but Syndra has to flash out.
Flash forced. Yep. Kind of had to. The follow-up from Karina would have meant death for sure. Karina, for her part, isn't too far behind off of that trade. She didn't need to burn Flash. She isn't going to lose out on Scuttle. She just moved across the map to pick up the top side one. Of course, on the respawning of camps and getting back onto the map, she's a little behind on tempo.
Yeah, and with Syndra losing out on the Flash, it just means that Air has to play so much more safe, because Viego, again, can very easily engage, especially with Talia having the displacement. It's going to be very rough for Air to lane in this situation, but look at the lane swap already coming out from Venomcrest.
As you said, bot lane already heading towards top side. Kerberos is aware of it, although he does need to respect. Doesn't dodge from the crash down. Doesn't have Flash available either. In fact, I'm not sure what caused him to lose it, but Kerberos is flashless as it stands.
Yeah, I guess Bust made sure that Vayne had to use that earlier on, right? Phrase?
Dragdar has come towards top lane, but he's getting warded off because Phrase is there. The wave is already there. Dunner is coming forwards. Beezy moving up to try and make sure it happens as well. The root does not land onto Phrase, so he can just walk away from the turret. No harm done. We go back to a neutral state. Dragdar, of course, it's going to be a while before this Senna becomes a real threat, of course. 100 stacks is that, traditional point that we say Senna is online.
Yeah, exactly. When Buzz getting a plate, at the very least, does swing gold in his favor in the bot lane.
Karina's eating a lot of CC, but the follow-up doesn't seem to be there yet. Phrase is now coming in. But Proper Panda might just be too low to deal with this. There is the swap over. Beezy's level 6. However, Karina has already gone down to Phrase. Beezy trying to find the way out, but Phrase can just keep on walking forwards. Dunner is able to get a good amount of damage down. Beezy gets tagged by the wind, becomes lightning. Chrisberg is then going to flash forwards and secure a third kill. Kerberos stuck at level 5. Has Bust going all out towards him. He's very close in his own right, though he could look to try and run this one forwards. Bust just going to step into the brush. He will be safe for now.
Yeah, so far they really live up to their name in Quick, because gifting so many kills over early on, especially on the champions that wanted, Xin and Corki, it's gonna mean that Chrisberg with the burst on that champion will do major damage. Even like if he gets near Senna, of course Senna will eventually get a range advantage as the game goes on, but we're not quite there yet, and I really want to see Venomcrest.
Proper Panda making his way towards the bottom side. Still no flash. Ghost is used. Final hour is used. They're trying to make space out here. The Ignite is ticking. Karina can make her way down. It looks like it will be turned back around. She can't find the stun angle towards Proper Panda. Kerberos is okay, but again, a lot having to be used merely to escape.
Yeah, and this does mean that Bus gets to recall just before Kerberos gets to, and that does mean that Venomcrest again will create more tempo on the map for themselves. Catching Talia out here doesn't really mean much because you want to kind of get rid of this minion wave. The Drake has spawned, and like the question is, oh yeah, Proper Panda has some immaculate roaming here. Yeah. I will actually assume, because they also went for a lane swap, that they will prioritize the Void Grubs in this game. You already see Rel there.
So, although, I mean, yeah, Proper Panda's there, but look at Phrase. He doesn't seem particularly concerned about starting it up anytime soon. Meanwhile, Dunna and Karina have paired up towards the top side. So they will be there to start off the Grubs soon, if they so choose. Although, with level 6 coming through for Chrisberg, Dragdar's got his own 6, but never mind, Phrase just going to start off the Drake instead.
Yeah, I guess this is kind of free because he knows where... Actually, I don't know if he knew where Viego was, but with the lanes being up this far, especially with the bot lane, you know, Cassante had the wave push very heavily, and Syndra is also, you know, whittling Talia down, who has no mana at all, so she's not going to do anything in the fight. It was pretty safe to go for this Drake, and Karina is going for the Void Grubs as a return.
Yeah, intent has been stated, though, by Kerberos, who is actually getting flanked around on. His flash is back up, and I imagine he might need to use it. Instead, just chooses to use the final hour to keep himself safe. But he's made the statement of intent here. There is a cull in his inventory. He is not too worried about scaling up, and the miss on the flash when becomes lightning from Phrase means that Kerberos is very happy, in fact, with how that turned out. No flash burned, and gets the flash off the enemy jungler. That said, Kerb has to now flash to get away from Bust, who goes all out.
Yeah, will be saved, though, by that flash. We'll be recalling in vision, but there's no way that Syndra can even reach the Vayne before she is recalled. So, of course, prioritize the farming. And now you already see that Talia is looking for a potential gank in the top lane. Was spotted out by Rel, so it won't happen there. A lot of plays actually taken by Bust here, who I would assume has quite a bit of gold in his pocket as of now. So soon will have his first item, whereas Vayne still has, you know, to work with that call. And after selling that one, she will also have the first item. And in that regard, like when Vayne gets the first item, Kerberos is already unlocked in the playstyle that he really wants to play, because what he wants to do is he just wants to split push, get like prio in that lane, and then go for a recall, go somewhere else to gain prio. And if his team is playing across the map, he will at least get a tower, or he dies, but then his team gets everything on the other side of the map. We've been seeing it time and time again. Let's see if Kerberos can do it this time. But Proper Panda again.
Moving forwards, the stuns land up. Karina's coming in just to make space. Proper Panda doesn't have a flash, doesn't have the damage to survive or to really threaten, and so Karina will turn that one around very nicely. Second kill for her. I like the early pickup on the Merc Treads from BZ there. It's, again, a statement of intent. BZ's like, I don't need to be the main damage threat in this game. We have a Senna, we have a Vayne, we have a Viego. I'm just going to be the one who is going to be hard to kill, hard to lock down, and constantly throwing out unraveled earths and seismic shoves and making life difficult for Venomcrest. Speaking of someone whose life is being made difficult, Kerberos going to knock Phrase away. Once again, the final hour is having to be used defensively.
Yeah, but in the end, Vayne just presses E, and Zin is moved out of the way, so he can still pressure the lane wherever he wants. Of course, he does, as you said, have used his ultimate, so that won't be a factor anymore if Buzz wants to engage. I do see a bit of trading over there, but nothing major really happening so far, and it does seem that Chrisberg is going to stay in the top lane together with the Senna, while oh no, BZ!
has his flash available. He's going to try and play this one through. Karina coming in. The Dawning Shadow flies over the top as the hook lands onto Proper Panda. Karina not quite able to get the Heartbreaker, in fact, not in range to do so, and FaZe is left behind as the Viego, again, is the one reaping all the benefits. They're going to jump onto air now. Bust is coming in to try and turn this one around. Karina's still going forwards. The all-out will be enough to secure the kill for Bust. Proper Panda limping to safety. This is exactly what I wanted from these teams going against each other.
Yeah, but on the opposite side, Kerberos does get a plate, so it's a bit of a gold swing. And as we head into the replay, we do see an engage from FaZe here onto BZ, waited out with a lot of patience before the BZ flash, so very well done. But then the re-engage, especially by Dunne here, just make sure that they can lock down a kill with the amount of displacement they have on this team, and it just makes it very tricky to fight against
right here,
Quick.
though, this smells a little bit of disrespect, because they didn't know where Bust was.
Yep. They definitely didn't know. And, you know, Karina went a bit too much forward, and Bust said, you know what? I'm going to pull you all the way in.
Thank you, bye. Kerberos
Exactly.
taking a chunk. Trying to chase down onto Bust here. The health is low. Proper Panda may well be just the more accessible target. The crash down, trying to make space. There's no flash, though. There should be an easy enough walk down. They're still trying to play this one through, though, as they are waiting. Air is moving in. Kerberos is incredibly low. If he can at least secure the one kill, that would be something. Dunne, I think, is going to be a little bit Dunne after this. Flashing away, though, making the space. Air trying to chase, but then decides the better of it. And the trade is simply a 1-for-1.
Yeah, in the top lane, though, we do see a fight engaged as well.
This is a instant replay of Crispa getting caught out by Karina as she made her way top. We will make our way into a little pause. We'll see what the deal is with that shortly.
Yeah,
but man,
a very bloody game so far, right?
Yeah. So I mean, this is an in-quick game. You kind of expect it to a certain degree. I like that Venomcrest aren't just, waiting for the later stages of the game. They are willing to fight, and they have been fighting. The earlier trades certainly seem to be going more Venomcrest's way. I'd say in more recent times, 5IQ have been getting mostly the better of them.
Yeah, it's like at the very start, they weren't aware that Rel was already roaming so much, and it means that they got a lot of kills early on. But as time progressed, we did see that Rel trying to do it over and over, Proper Panda, and then getting caught out because they didn't really have enough damage to really clear a kill. And just get out. And it just means that Quick had all of the time to go for a re-engage, especially, again, with the displacement they have on their team with Talia and all the others, of course. How much can you really do to get that kill? That's like the biggest question.
Yeah. And the playthrough from there is going to be interesting to see as we progress. The scaling is the big question for me, though, because Venomcrest have the traditionally better composition, but you can't say that the scaling isn't on the side of Quick when you've got Senna Vayne.
Yeah, as we head back into the game, we do see nothing has really changed so far. We do see that they are going to the mid lane, Chris Berg and Proper Panda. It does mean that they really want to create tempo again throughout the mid lane. And of course, with the Atacon spawning in, well, not really soon, but 6 minutes. But the Drake is definitely a high prior right now for Venomcrest. They already got one. They're looking for that soul already, setting up all of the vision. It does mean that right now, they did put Air in the side lane to potentially match the Vayne, but Vayne, of course, will be going to the other side of the map to create some W's for herself over there. I do feel an engage coming in right now from Dunne.
They're certainly fishing for it. FaZe and Proper Panda are going to continue putting the damage onto the Dragon, but there are numbers closing in. BZ is going to have to either take a long route or go for a flank here. Karina looking to do likewise. As Venomcrest respond by simply stacking up. And the Dragon is all but forgotten in right positioning.
Yeah, It was a bit iffy because you did see that BZ was trying to go for the flank, but that just means that Venomcrest could just say, okay, then we just go to Talia and we don't look at the rest. Dunabasson stepping a bit too far on her own, but Venomcrest just kindly takes his proper panda, maybe even going for an engager.
They might be looking for an angle in. Karina kind of stated that she didn't want to play that one by going towards the bot tower. Dragdar now putting some damage down. Phrase caught up. The Crescent Guard should be coming through. There's a Heartbreaker ready and waiting, though, as Proper Panda now tries to get out. There should be an easy enough pickup. Beezy is the one who secures that. But Karina's still looking. Phrase is low and she knows it. Trying to find the angle in. The stun into the Heartbreaker. The healing will not be enough. She considers chasing air under the turret, thinks the better of it though, as 5IQ find 2 clean picks, find the first turret, and the dragon may have gone Venomcrest's way, but the fight, absolutely not.
And that was a bit of a disconnection between the jungler support and the rest of their team, because Phrase and Proper Panda were like, yeah, we can go for an engage here. They're completely out of position, but the rest of the team was like, yeah, let's not take that risk and just go and reset. We got the Drake, we got that W. And that does mean that Proper Panda was immediately caught out together with Phrase, and a wonderful Weaver's Wall by BZ does mean that they get multiple kills in the bot lane, and that does swing the gold in favor, even though it's a slight favor, but still favor for 5IQ.
Been very close all the game through thus far. Venomcrest, I think, held it for the most part, but as you say, 5IQ now the ones with the slight priority. Looking towards the top side, we have just seen the cull completion from Kerberos. We'll see if he feels the need to sell it instantly, because there still are some slight combat benefits, like just that little bit of extra healing on auto attack, as Proper Panda is the one caught, has to flash away. Air is trying to make some space, but of course the Syndra has to be very careful with her positioning. It looks like 5IQ are wanting to get on towards the Rift Herald. It will be started up. Do Venomcrest feel that they can step in?
Well, they have to if they really want to contest this. You always see Proper Pandas looking for something together with the Phrase, but they really just want to chase them away. BZ?
Right on to BZ. The stuns will come through. The damage is there. But remember, all of that crowd control is less effective thanks to the Merc Treads. They're all getting stuck up in this choke point. Karina wasn't there for a moment, actually. She went to go and farm a camp. As the wall now comes across, the carries are separated from the rest of the team. Propaganda taking all of the damage. BZ will pick up that one. Once again, Karina becomes the rel as Kerberos is looking to come in from the top side. Phrase is not surviving this. He will take a death as the rest of Venomcrest are running. Bust barely gets over the wall. Karina can chase with the Heartbreaker. They decide against chasing any further. But again, Venomcrest, there seems to be some disunity in the calls. And again, they just kind of get pulled apart.
Yeah, they did get a catch there, but eventually, like with all of the displacement that Quick have on their team, they couldn't really get anything off it. Buzz might die here as well.
Gotta be careful. He's taking a lot of damage. Unleashed power. It should be an easy enough pickup. The TP is now coming through, though, as Dragdar should be able to put the nails into this one. Dawning Shadow over the top. It's BZ that picks up that one. But again, it's this sort of symptomatic of what we've seen in these recent fights. But Venomcrest gets 1, Inquick gets 2, be it 2 kills or a kill on objective. It's always more for them.
Yeah, and good target prio by Dunne, making sure that they get both kills instead of just one and the other walking away. Because you already saw that that Buzz was going to die underneath the turret, so instantly went for the hook onto the other target. And with that lockdown, made sure that they get everything out of that play instead of just a little bit.
Look at the gold, though. This really tells the story. Karina, often mentioned to be the heart of this Inquick squad. 5-2-2 right now. Highest gold in the game. Dragdar is currently without any kills, but he is also well up on the gold. If production, we can actually have a check on the center stack, so that would be wonderful to see.
I mean, Dragdar is probably chilling, wearing his sunglasses inside.
He is very much chilling. But I'm
yeah,
wondering
absolutely.
how close he is onto the... I think it's 35 stacks per 10 minutes is like what people consider good.
Yeah, I mean Senna right now. Oh, actually, never mind that.
First spin caught. Footwork is good, and they're going to try and drop the all-out Dunner, of course. Not tanky enough at this point in the game to survive, so Venomcrest will strike back on the overcommit. Frey's now walking in. They might want to just continue this forward as Dradgar gets jumped on. The tower, however, is still up. Karina is able to step out. Air looking for the angle in. Karina still looking to play this one out. The space is limited, though. Dodging away. Can't get hit by the Magnet Storm. She does not live long enough, however. Dragdar and BZ trying to get the damage, but the Blast Cone will get Proper Panda and Bust out. Kerberos is joining the fray after pushing from bot lane, but it's a 1v5 right now. If he wants to have any hope of playing this, he has no flash, he has no ghost, he is dodging away from everything, though. The final hour is called as he's ducking, he's dodging, he will not survive, but he is able to take down one in trade. BZ, a Dragdar, Dunna has respawned. They will at least hold Venomcrest back from taking the dragon. In fact, they seem to feel confident enough to start it off themselves, considering there are so many low health bars. Phrase now caught, trying to put the damage down, but BZ is going to simply throw rocks in his face, blinded and dropped, as the dragon will fall also. 5 IQ onto Soul Point.
That was so much chaos injected into the entire map there, just going from the bot lane, from the jungle back to the mid lane, and then went all the way back to get everything on the map. Teleport being caught out here, though.
The route from Dragdar catches onto Bust as soon as he arrives. 4 members beating down onto this Proper Panda. If they want to contest, they gotta do it now. I don't think there's enough health on the Atakan to do so. Bust, however, is gonna look for an angle to commit. Dragdar does get caught and is taking a lot of damage for his trouble. It is Chrisberg that are able to pick that one up. All out onto Karina. The Viego will not survive either. BZ trying to get out will not be able to do so. Bust on a killing spree. The Atakan goes across to 5 IQ, but at what cost?
We're not done yet.
We're not. Across the rift, every which way. Dunna is able to get back underneath the tower, but will not survive. Kerberos hits the final hour once again, trying to dodge and duck to do enough damage to force Venomcrest away, but it's a tall order. You are not that tanky at this point. Is not able to trade it across it. And in the meantime, Air, who was not involved in the entirety of the shenanigans happening mid lane, will pick up the first tower of the game for Venomcrest, and the mid's sure to follow after.
All right, we need to break all of that down. All right, so they went with a big engage, right? You had Dunna Bosson went for the Q onto a target, but then realized, oh wait, there's 4 people of Venomcrest there, and we were only 3, so they got caught out. And this is like the second team fight right after they bursted down in the end Atakan, but it does mean that with everything expended earlier in the fight, that Venomcrest had everything in their arsenal to make sure they could get kills here, while Int, they didn't really have anything anymore to fight this with, so they just had to retreat and give away some kills. Of course, they still, I feel like, get out ahead of it because they have a Drake and an Atakan over this. Those buffs will stay, but Venomcrest has the gold advantage right now. They brought it back.
A whole lot of money was the price that IntQuick paid for that Atakan play. Mid-tier 1 goes down, but Karina goes in and is immediately locked up, taken down. Thankfully, no objectives up right now. Baron still a minute and a half away from coming up, so that death might not be properly punished, or can't really be properly punished, aside from the gold that continues to stock up the Venomcrest coffers.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult for both of these teams to really find anything off of this. Dragdar feeling quite confident, though, to make sure that he gets some damage onto Rally. Yeah,
stacks right now.
Yeah, scaling as well. The already static shift and the Black Cleaver, so this Senna can just damage everything that she wants to. And I really like Senna Black Cleaver together with a Vayne, because that just means that even a champion as busted as Cassante, get the pun, just gets shredded down in like a second.
Yeah, Vayne's already good against tanks, and you're giving 30% armor reduction on top of all of that true damage.
Yeah.
Terminus picked up for Kerberos now, so I was talking about him not being terribly tanky, but if he's allowed to attack and stack that up, you're going to be doing so much extra damage, have so much extra resists to be able to, I think, really play out the sort of fights that we've seen him trying to go for.
FaZe has to use the ultimate here to just get away as a Drake
Right.
spawn, so that's a
Just
big
about.
cooldown.
It is.
It's a big cooldown.
Crescent Guard is down. However, remember, no teleport on Kerberos. If they wanted to start up a Baron, he would have to hoof it all the way from bot lane. Magnet Storm is ineffective. Proper Panda not able to land it onto anybody. The chase now coming forwards. Chrisberg is going to be able to get away with the Valkyrie. Proper Panda is not going to be so lucky. Angel will break hearts once again. With the Rel Soul, Venomcrest need to step out. Again, but good at holding space. But when you're a man down, it becomes all the harder. FaZe, of course, still a ways away. But Dunner steps up too far again into all 4 members of Venomcrest still alive.
So much peel.
It's catch and catch alike. Bust is now getting melted down. Tanky enough that he will be able to walk this one out. Kerberos moves towards the top lane to get that wave pushed in. And again, it's like one person oversteps and dies.
Yep.
And then the other team steps a little too far. Somebody dies. And it's mostly the supports. Like Proper Panda.
True.
I owe 7 to him. But it's not through bad play on his part. He's just had to be the sacrificial lamb.
07's in chat, everybody. Proper Panda is trying their hardest, but it's not working out so far for them. Of course, it doesn't really matter how much Rel dies as long as the rest of his team gets the kills, right? That's going to be the most important. Corki already on 4-1, Syndra 4-1, and Cassante 4-1 as well, as Nautilus being caught out.
Why don't it?
Yep.
I realized my mistake, actually, from earlier in the cast. Venomcrest were the ones at Soul Point for that last fight. Quick are the ones who've picked up 2 Cloud Drakes since, but that's not what we need to be worrying right now. TP
looking for a fight
coming from BZ towards the mid lane. Karina needs to be careful. Her team is nowhere nearby. Heartbreaker used. Flash also used. BZ being disruptive. As Kerberos comes from the opposite side, this fight is being torn every which way. Proper Panda is going to get taken down. Again, the Rel Soul picked up by Karina. The damage is there as BZ and Dragdar have been able to free hit. The rest of the team went to deal with Kerberos, and sure, you killed him, but the rest of the carries are still huge threats. BZ and Dragdar are able to do all the damage. BZ now walling Air and Chrisberg where they do not want to be. Karina will be able to chase that one down. The Corki will get out, but that is still 4 members of Venomcrest dead. And Karina and Dragdar, they've got enough damage between them to take the Baron.
This is criminal. Brackish, they had a 4 versus 5 situation, and then half of the team did Baron, and the other half was fighting.
No. You had a 1v3 and a 3v2.
Yeah, exactly.
3 members went to go kill Kerberos.
Oh, was that it? Oh, I didn't notice that, but let's
We'll
go back into the replay.
Look at Kerberos.
Oh, okay, now I see Kerberos making sure that they get a lot of attention in the middle of the fight. I was wondering why that happened, and Kerberos just trying to survive over there, but in the meantime, the rest of Quick was dealing with the front line of Venomcrest, and after that was completely decimated. What else was left for Venomcrest? They can just go for the Weaver's Wall here. BZ does end up dying, but they get a Baron off of it.
Baron now secured the gold. Ticks once again, and it feels like a pendulum this game, just ticking back and forth as the plays come through. Proper Panda looking for the angle in. Karina is able to land a stun onto FaZe. Crescent Guard is expended as the waves continue to be pushed in. Kerberos, remember, is all the way up in top lane. He does have the Baron buff on him also, so they waited until he had respawned before they took that one down. He's continuing to play this one out, although, again, he's drawing a lot of hate. FaZe looking for the angle forwards. Air can't land it. Wind become lightning also misses. Karina now moving up in support. The Baron-empowered waves are going to be too much to handle. That top tier 2 should just be dropping now as Venomcrest have to slither back into their base as the tier 2 turrets are falling. There is still one in the bottom lane if 5IQ want to dot their I's, cross their T's.
Yeah, I mean, they have the mid wave shove, they have the top wave shove. You might as well just use those means to take down the turrets, or at least damage them quite a bit. Hopefully get a pick out of it. of course, they have a lot of engage tools right now with Nautilus, of course, being the main one. But also, if they hit a Senna or a Talia displacement or a snare, they could just go for like a full engage, just get a kill, get Viego stacked up even more, and let Karina carry the game.
And on top of that, Dragdar is now online. He's at 122 stacks when last I saw him, which means that he's getting to the point where he can hit the towers from a distance where Venomcrest has to really commit to get onto him. In fact, he just hit Phrase without any fear of retribution from the tower.
Yeah, there's a lot of range on this champion right now, and that's exactly why it is currently the highest win rate in solo queue AD carry. And really showing off why exactly that is, because games, they do tend to take long, even in solo queue, but we're not in solo queue. We have two teams fighting, and it just means that Senna gets even more space to just go online. She has 13 assists. She is the true support in this game.
I mean, that's what often happens when you have an AD carry Senna, don't it? Needs to be a little careful, perhaps. The rest of her team, though, moving on up. 20 seconds until what would be soul point for either team. The Baron has fallen off the side of Quick, so no extra stats for them. Easy. Got to be a little bit careful. Proper Panda has found the angle he wanted. Remember, there is still a Seraph shield, and Proper Panda is just going to get turned around on. That's a 3v. It was 3 members that were fighting that. Karina was merely being annoying on the side. Now comes Kerberos. Now comes Karina. And it's a full retreat from Venomcrest. The scales are being torn off their backs. Karina will do so with the Blade of the Ruined King. Who really cares about a Cloud Drake, Nick V, when there's a base to break open? 4 members down. It is all on Bust to stop this game from ending.
Yeah, Proper Panda again going for a gauge, but with a low range AD carry, what can you really do, right? Yeah.
He's got an all out. He can't even use it. Donna dies for it, but that's a good death, I would say. 4 members of Quick will continue the push. And they will close out this first game. This was the Quickest of Quick comps. And again, they play it by the hands. They play it by the head as well. And they outmaneuver Venomcrest.
Yeah, they int quick, but they win quicker, apparently. But I think it all just came down to a little bit of, I wouldn't say a draft mistake, but more so they had a lot of engaged tools, and they had great engaged by Proper Panda, but because specifically Corki doesn't really have the range to follow up from where he stands at that point, they missed the initial damage to create those early kills to make a fight a 4v5, which would be heavily in favor of Venomcrest. And because of that and how tanky Quick builds as well, even on like the Talia, it means that they can just survive the initial burst and then just go in and get their own kills, get Viego the resets, and well, the game told everything.
As you say, the sort of tankier builds really paid off. BZ was so hard to kill, and Kerberos, obviously, we're not seeing like the full tank vein that I've seen in the past, but Terminus, experimental hexplate, gives that bit of extra bulk that the vein needed to play as aggressively as Kerberos consistently was. And the question now is, what sort of precedent does that set for the series? Of course, the desk, they had some questions about the comp, but they execute on it so well. And they take the first game down, first step on the road to the live finals in Stoke. We are going to throw it to a break. And when we come back, W in the desk will break down that first game. Don't go anywhere.
And welcome back, everybody, to this desk panel right here. After Rory, your 3-0, yours might be coming true after a confident belief. I mean, you seemed a bit hesitant at first with the draft, but the faith came through and they took that win. So how you feeling? Tell me about that game.
Listen, this game is why you always back yourself. You send the shot and you believe in it, right? If we're allowed to, I would have put 1,000,000 channel points on that game because I got to trust myself. Drafts doesn't matter. Your team fight is what matters. Your macro is what matters.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, for sure. I mean, they looked good. We had some great conversation in the green room while that was going on. I mean, especially about Kerberos, right? I said this guy is just building items. He made Vayne look. I don't know what he was building. I mean, Harold, do you have any thoughts about like how he wanted to pull that together to bring them the win? Harold, you're on mute, I believe, so you might want to press that button real quick for us, and then we'll hear those thoughts again.
Sorry about that. Thank you for letting me know immediately, but I think Kerberos, like we've seen him before build these exact items on Vayne.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the thought, like especially in this game, is like if I build more HP, they'll take more time to kill me when I flank them out of nowhere. So my team gets more time to isolate one target and blow them up.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was a unique game, and we did say all along, like this draft wise, you know, Harold, both and I, we both said we were gonna give one game to Venomcrest. This might be it, but it wasn't in the end. And Quick did take that win in their normal fashion. I mean, mid and jungle from their side just looked so good. BZ and Karina played fantastically together, and we do have a replay ready for us. So Harold, why don't you talk us through it once it's up?
Yeah, I mean, I think Karina had a real pop-off game. BZ on the one of the picks we saw him pick up this split. He's been looking excellent. I'm not gonna lie. He clearly has put in the work to make the champion worthwhile for him to pick, and it's showing. Like the amount of effort that this player has put in. It's great. It's great to see for somebody that came in and like everybody was kind of branding him as this one trick, and maybe he had one or two extra like champions to pick up, like so the Yone. But as we see now, the replay is coming through, and it's this bit of a messy fight happening in the bot side. After the dragon goes down, all of your engage tools on the side of Venomcrest are gone, and then you just get collapsed by Inquick. Like the Weaver's Wall is good enough. It's great to isolate proper Panda identity. You just have the man advantage to look for the chase. So at the end of it, it's just it's really good presence of mind on the side of Inquick to know, yes, we don't have the TP on the Vayne, but then we can play the reaction game. Maybe we can bait them into a slightly overextended chase, isolate one or two targets, pick them off, still have a winning track.
It's a bit weird that Karina spent more time alive as Rel than proper Panda did that game. It's very unfortunate, isn't it? If you look at the scores, it wasn't a great game for Venomcrest support.
Yeah, a lot of deaths there. I think at one point I was totaling them up, and Propaganda had the same amount of deaths as the rest of the team combined. So, you know what? I respect it. Once you have racked up enough deaths as this engaged support, you may as well just make every possible play and hope for the best. And it did work out a few times. Venomcrest were able to take some fights every now and then and get at least some kind of map and objective control, but it just wasn't enough. I mean, they had some fights that looked good, but then they would just get flanked around, and we were thinking, hey, maybe this is something they could bring together, but in the end, it wasn't quite enough for them, and, well, a win is a win, and that did go over to Inquick.
And it really sets up a precedent, right, for the next few games, because Venomcrest had a much stronger draft classically.
Yeah.
Right, if you took two teams in any high-level league and put them on those comps, like, Venomcrest comp is winning, I'd say 7 out of 10 times.
Yeah.
Now, Inquick have just gone, yeah, we can really pick anything, as long as we can get our carry jungler ahead.
Exactly, and then we have another replay, Rory, for you right here. I mean, this was the Baron fight that really just kind of got them together. We were speaking about flanks right here, and if I'm not mistaken, this is when it kind of just, you had
Yeah.
one person coming from up above on a 1v3 flank, you had a 3v2 fight at the bottom, like everything was going on right there, wasn't it?
Yeah. So what happened here is Kerberos has been watching a bit too much Lost Returns and decides to be the global taunt on this vein in the same way Baus is, and does die for it. But look, distracts all of the damage dealers right now from the side of Venomcrest, and then the Viego resets start coming in. Frey's left on his lonesome, so immediately falls. Bust desperately trying to get the angle here to throw, I think that's the Viego through the wall.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's just a big old collapse. I don't think BZ gets anything out of this play. Yeah, it dies, but then Air dies at the same time. And it was just such a rough fight for Venomcrest, who you had the Baron positioning, you just didn't have the same cool.
I think when it came to actual teamfight execution for Venomcrest, it just looked rough unless they had Bust in a position where he could find the play. We saw him a lot in the early game skirmishes, finding those dragbacks with the all out, finding that CC on the Viego mid resets, and just being able to kind of disrupt the fight. And that's what we were talking about for Venomcrest as well. They've looked shaky until one of their solo laners found the play. Most of the time it was Bust. And in this game, like every time Venomcrest looked to have a decent passage of play, it was off of a Bust play. It was off of a finding a flank, finding a pick. So if your entire game plan revolves around your top laner maybe finding a pick, and the enemy team just denies you the opportunity by just playing at arm's length, what do you do?
Yep, exactly that. I mean, they're definitely going to have to figure out what to do if they want to take a win here tonight. I mean, going 1-0 down in best of 5 isn't the worst. Someone's got to win game
Not
one,
the
right?
worst,
It's
yeah.
just that's just how it goes. Now, we do have up to another 4 games going, depending on how things right, and eventually we'll get into this second draft. But Rory, how would you approach the second game now as the side of Venomcrest? Right, you've dropped 1 game. Is there any particular champion for a player you'd like to see? Is there like swap over phrase away from a carry to some kind of enabler instead? What do you think's going through their head?
So I've been looking at matchups in the current meta. One thing really excited me, and that's sorry, my screen almost turned off. And that's giving away a Pantheon, because a shock counter has come through that a lot of people are sleeping on. The current answer to Pantheon is apparently Shyvana. I've seen it cropping up like all over the place in high elo. She clears faster than him. His Aegis Assault really doesn't do anything because she's so mobile with her W active. And she skirmishes just as well at level 6. So a lot of people are picking this up as an answer to the Pantheon. And as long as your team are okay and are tracking him and understand where he can ult to, you can get such good map control with her.
Okay, I like that take. You know, I have not seen a Shyvana in a competitive game.
It's
in a long
also a
time.
counter to Yorick, so it's a
Okay.
flex technically, if that does pop up.
True, yeah, the auto reset will take down that cage very, very quickly. You know what? I'd rate that. I would happily like to see that. Is it something you think Phrase would play, Harold, or is there a different direction that Venomcrest need to look to go here?
I mean, it's certainly something I can see Phrase playing, you know, the aggressive, maybe a bit more farm-intensive junglers. He's played the Mundo, he's played almost everything, really. Well, not really, like, with, I guess, we saw one Sejuani from him, but
yeah.
I wouldn't say that's really a Phrase.
Sejuani's in the bin right now, as far as
Yeah.
champions are concerned. No, that's the issue.
Yeah. So, maybe we see the Shyvana, but I would be happier seeing just going back to simpler to execute champions. Like if the enemy team composition picks something like an Ashe or a Varus, you just slam a Jarvan, you slam an Orianna, you play simple, you play stupid. It's kind of just like dumb it down, make it easy for you to make a mistake.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, valid points there. And then we're thinking about how Quake's going to go in here. I mean, they're coming off a win. They're feeling good. These guys still haven't dropped a game yet, right? They're undefeated. They clearly know how to play whatever League of Legends they want to play. They just come out better in every situation. Now, last time they played, it was a best of 3. They won the first 2 games, and honestly, they made quick work of those 2 games. this game so far, they didn't exactly look like they were struggling. Yes, they lost the control of the game every once in a while, but they still always got more out of it. Now, them going into this game 2 and 3, how do we feel about their, potential champion pool? Or is that one trick rumor of them just completely aside, and Inquake at this point is just a standard team that can really play everything? What do you guys think?
If I can jump on this one, I don't think this one trick issue is really a problem, except for BZ. I've only seen him pull out the Zed, Talia, and Echo so far. So I'm not sure what else he has in his arsenal. He could be very good, but I haven't seen it.
Well, he's played the Silas and he's played the Yoda. So
has he? Okay, so solid. Okay, so he definitely has enough ready as an answer to whatever.
I think at the end of it, it comes down to a question of Venomcrest need to start targeting something in draft to try and curb the pop-off potential for coming through from him. But you do have to hear poison if you're deciding to targeting somebody. Maybe if you decide to take away 3 of Karina's champions and you get Frey's a good jungle matchup, you secure yourself maybe 2 early strong solo laners that have pushed, and you can play around that. Or you ban away 3 of BZ's champions, you play good mid-jungle combo, and you just play around the fact of shutting down BZ, getting air on tempo, just making him be ever so. You need to in Venomcrest, you need to find something that isn't Bust finding the flank.
Yeah.
So
you need to be a bit more.
You need to find a new avenue to attack.
Exactly, and I mean, I'm gonna have to see how they figure that out, and maybe it will come down to their bot lane right now, because we're looking at this bot lane matchup we had just before. We had the Senna and the Corki, and Rory and I were definitely talking lots about Senna, but you know what? Who cares about Senna? Who cares about Corki? We got another draft on our hands. Those champions are gone and out of the way, so let's see how these teams adjust their draft. As Venomcrest is on blue side again. Last time they first picked. No, they didn't actually first pick. Inquake first picked there, so we'll have to see how Venomcrest adjusts on blue side now.
Yeah. I wonder if the Gragas rises. If we expect bans to be the same, then we won't see the Gragas. I wonder what does raise to first pick priority. Is it like a jungle takeaway? Like maybe you leave the Nafiri open, you ban something else, you take the Nafiri for Phase? Oh!
Okay,
Pop in.
we flashbanged you guys with something, so go ahead, Harold, quickly break us down.
Okay, so bans have stayed exactly the same. It's a first pick Varus for Krusberg. The answer is the Jhin from Dragdar. And now we're waiting on Karina's pick to come through. Well, not necessarily Karina's pick. I would expect the jungle pick here. But it comes down to a question of what do you prioritize. You prioritize the Varus, which is pseudo-engage. You gives you that point-and-click go-forward button. Then again, Chains of Corruption is the most skill shot missed skill shot in the game.
Whoa.
And that's a Kayn.
Okay.
That's a Kayn locked in from Karina.
I mean, just to
Feeling
jump into like
confident.
Cade, I remember seeing a bit of Karina Cade in Div 2 when they were
Yeah,
playing their way
yeah.
up, so it's nothing unheard of.
It-
But
it-
we
it-
might get Fraser's talent here to match this. Rory talking. Okay, never mind. But maybe.
No, I was gonna say, so 2 champs right now who absolutely destroy Kayn currently are Udyr and Poppy.
Okay.
Both of them pretty strong in the meta. I'd say Udyr little weaker than Poppy, but I know Phrase does enjoy the Udyr quite a lot. Hovering it now, we'll see if that gets locked in. I think it's a bold to pick Kayn so early in the draft when Venomcrest can really control what form you're gonna get.
I guess it comes down to a question of can you get the utility out of this Kayn, or is he just going to be your carry? Because you've already locked in the Jhin. So I wonder now if you're just drafting around a possible
Oh, Udyr got locked.
Oh, we jumped ahead again, but it is we do not want this Kayn to play the game. This is Camille and Udyr locked in. That is a lot of locked in on the side of Venom.
Yeah, exactly that. And it's also decent enough lockdown to pay attention to, we got BZ on Silas, another champion we have seen them play. We know what we're doing. Very likely to get some interesting bans out now because you obviously don't want to give the Silas pick any of these ultimates. But you know what? It's an interesting draft from both sides so far, but we'll have to see how they really just tie it down in these last few picks because, yeah, I mean, supports are open, and mid lane for Venomcrest, we do have a counter pick option there.
Venomcrest about to do the weirdest thing, go like Jace mid now, just to deny the ults to Silas.
I mean, the
What was
Silas
week
already
before
has
that?
good ults to take,
Mhm.
so
So, I don't know. I rarely see Silas using Hextech command, or sorry, the Camille ult.
Hextech Ultimatum.
Hextech ultimatum. Yeah, so would be
I mean-
interesting to see. He's properly flying in at that point.
I mean, at this point, well, there's already like the Chains of Corruption is already a great ult to take. It gives you that extra bit of engage you want that is guaranteed. But you at this point, I guess, Venomcrest, what do they need to round up this draft? They have a lot of like target access with the Camille, but you need somebody that can follow in the Camille. The Galio ban is good on the side of Inquick to just say no, you don't get to do the Camille Galio combo. But
Whoa,
that is
Darius.
Kerberos's Darius locked in.
that's throwing down the gauntlet.
Kerberos, they had a pretty fun game last time, and why not match that energy with a Darius right there? I mean, I like it. It's bold, it's respectful. And we're getting another Talon Hover. I don't think that's gonna go through, but these guys, Venomcrest is keeping us interested for sure.
I'm not gonna lie. We were talking about it earlier in the green room. I kind of dig the Kale
Mm-hmm.
for the
Oh.
side of Venomcrest. But it requires time, and it's going to be the Yone instead. But now you're running into a damage profile situation.
Mm.
A lot of your magic damage is coming through jungle, but like it's
Lux
not
will be
burst,
hype here.
but it wouldn't be good. So we're going to Leona.
Fair enough, yeah. I was trying to generate interest, but yeah, sure. So we're looking towards this R5. It's going to be a support that needs to team up with the Jhin. Also, ideally, gives him something that I can pair W with. Nico would be nice for a team fight, but
Oh,
I
it
don't
is the
often
Nico.
see.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't
okay.
often see Nico Jhin as a 2v2.
Well, it's picked in the LPL. Well, usually Nico's picked with DMF.
Yeah,
But she works with Jhin as well because of the Pop Blossom. Well, not the Pop Blossom. The Blooming Burst is really long range, and you can pair it up with a Deadly Flourish quite easy. So it just becomes a question of being able to like link up in that lane. But my opinion is that Dunn will probably shine in the team fight more than the laning phase because Leona is a disgusting. She can bully out range support. She can bully out melee support. Leona is a champion for sure.
We'll have to keep in mind though, I mean, we did see Proper Panda on a nice engaged support last game. Didn't do look the best on them with a lot of questionable engages. Now, are they going to do the same with Leona, or is this going to be different? Because they do have a bit more follow-up in a sense with the Camille being able to dash in. You've got the Yone as well, who can also like follow up. So there is some opportunity. But Rory, what are you thinking?
good news. You have to hit your E to get in.
True.
So, like, you are properly committing at that point. It's not like what we saw a few times last game, which was a full engage W ult and hit no one, which was very unfortunate. Like, if Leona's going in, she's already tagged someone, which is great for the Camille and for the Yone. So they're a big fan of that. Venomcrest are going for quite a hybrid play style here because they've got really good side lanes, but also when it comes to a team fight, they can lock down and execute one person incredibly quickly.
For sure.
Yeah, I think it's either going to be that, or Venomcrest are just going to rely on their two solo laners scaling to infinity and just being better in the late game. Because Camille Yone late game is a bit disgusting, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So it just comes down to the question of can Venomcrest mitigate enough of this early game pressure coming through from the solo lanes and the jungle of Inquick to get to a point where you can command the tempo of the game through a 1-3-1.
Yeah. And Harold, we did give Venomcrest one win. We thought it might be last one. Didn't happen. How you feeling this game? Is it looking a bit better draft-wise, or are we leaning a bit more towards Inquick after seeing this?
I mean, I would say I prefer Venomcrest draft, but it was just like that last game, and like it didn't matter. So I don't know. I like it. I think when it comes to the late game, they have a lot of avenues to play, but Inquick have just kind of been better.
Yeah, they did look a lot better last game, and it's the kind of thing where if InQuick have a weird draft, that's kind of how they've just been playing. They don't draft exactly standard and normal. They pick what they like, and they pick what works for them. I mean, with these picks like the Kane, like the Darius, you know, it's nothing you see that often. Rory, you said 3-0, so I already know your answer, but by all means, tell us on stream one more time how you're feeling.
So in my opinion, Venomcrest's whole early game is reliant on Phrase.
Okay.
He has to be the playmaker. He has to be getting around the map. He has to be invading this Kane, taking the fights because Udyr is so much stronger than Kane pre-form. Right? So it's down to him to get these early objectives. And basically, he is what his team are relying on to bridge into the mid-game where Yone and Camille have got their first sight. InQuick, however, I've said are going to 3-0. So I've got to back them no matter what. You've got to stun your guns. And look, if this Darius pops off, he goes crazy.
Yeah.
Right? And it's such a short-range Venomcrest comp, so this Darius could take over. However, I'm really excited to see what Dunne can do in these very tight, very close, short-range team fights.
Exactly. We'll have to see how this comp comes together. Last game we were sided one ways and it didn't exactly work out for us. This game, it's a different draft entirely, which should give us a different game state. I'm excited to see it. Will Venomcrest get a win, or will this be a 2-0 and then match point for InQuick? We'll have to see as we'll throw it to our amazing casters again so they can have a quick chat before we get into this game.
So, Nick, is it different drafts, same ideas coming into this one? Because I'm seeing some similarities.
Yeah, so Venomcrest, again, they are very good at team fighting, and it's what they do best, I think, in this entire league. And they've drafted, again, revolving around team fights. They really want to take the fight to InQuick and, you know, make sure that if Kerberos wants to do his split pushing thing with the flank angles, that they can at least bring a 5v4 first off, right, before the engage even happens. I'm a bit worried though regarding the amount of AP damage on Venomcrest side. I think it's not enough with the Udyr. Of course, he can do quite a bit if he is going to snowball, but the desk said that perfectly as well. Like, we need to see the Udyr player really pop off this game. Otherwise, just build armor and GG.
As you say, that is an if. We've got to look towards Phrase to get stuff done in the early phases of this game, or Venomcrest might find themselves in an awkward spot. We are on to the Rift for our second game of the series. I want to remind you that game one, W and Harold looked to the draft and they said, oh, this might be the one Venomcrest take.
I mean, I was thinking this might be the one that Venomcrest takes. I think they have a strong jungler to play into the Kane. They have an all-right mid matchup. I will highlight that the last time I saw a Yone against a Sylas, it was Limsey just absolutely destroying Gucci on the Sylas. So let's hope it's not a repeat of that. But again, I think especially like the bot lane is heavily favored for Venomcrest. With the Varus Leona, you have a lot of damage up front. And you have the range advantage as well. Like, Nico should not be able to get close to Varus unless she expends Flash.
Yep. Both jugglers starting towards the top side of the Rift here. And I'm both pretty aware of where the other is, because, you know, Karina and Phrase, they spotted each other pretty early on.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, skipping the red buff, this is a neat thing that Kane can do. Just quickly moving and delaying the buffs so that you can have them for a bit longer after the actual clear, as we get a very early pause in. So what does this game look like if Phrase can't get that early invade in?
It's going to be the typical Karina is going to carry the game. Karina, of course, on her #1 comfort champion in Kane, it does mean that, like, not just Phrase has to pop off in the game, but he has to pop off against Karina's arguably best champion.
I mean,
so
if anyone follows Karina on socials, the amount of time she's posted, like, oh, meet my new boyfriend, and it's got Kane photoshopped into the picture. Like, Yeah, turns out she really likes this champion.
Yeah, just a little bit. I think it's going to be a very big question if Raze is able to get this game going. And, if he does, then Venomcrest certainly becomes so much more powerful in every single team fight because Udyr can just run at them whenever they want and then just, completely swipe everyone off the map while the backline is just following up on Udyr.
If that strong start comes through, then yeah, absolutely. I think team fighting is going to be a bit of a challenge for Quick. But as we saw in game 1, there's a certain man in the top lane that doesn't necessarily care too much for team fights if he doesn't need to be at them. And of course, Darius is just as strong on the side lane, I would argue, as the Vayne was.
He is a bully.
And also, I want to point out that it's Flash Ghost again, by the way.
Oh, yeah, he just wants kills. He wants to go on the sidelines. He wants to... Yeah, but what people, I think, are underestimating on Darius specifically is not only is he very strong in lane, he also is pretty quick to join fights after he is going to push out his lane because, he has the ghost, but he also has movement speed built into his items.
Yeah, picks up Stride Breaker pretty much every game. Gets him around the rift that bit faster. The amount of times I've forgotten the...
Karina?
Oh, hello, Karina in mid lane. An immediate flash. Huge respect being paid by Air there.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, that's not even going to slow Karina down very much in her clear. In fact, FaZe had to move to contest that play. He is a camp up right now, so I think it's more than likely Karina is going to have to concede the bot side scuttle, but she did that in game 1 anyway. It's not that much of a difference maker.
Oh, I'm getting flashbacks of the game I mentioned before. Silas still has a potion running. Yone doesn't, and his HP not looking very good, and especially the amount of minions not looking very good. How are you going to farm?
Ooh. I think if that abduct had landed, it could have been a sad time for Air. Of course, he'd already burnt his flash. BZ still had his own, so was prepared to get away if that was needed.
Mm-hmm.
Interestingly, FaZe choosing against going for the bot side scuttle. Karina is able to pick that one up, so it seems like trying to speed to top could be an answer here. Of course, Kerberos has had to hard commit to try and push the way forwards, and Bust looking for an angle in. It seems Kerb should be able to get a reset off, although Bust really trying to keep his attention here. At what cost will that be paid? The stacks coming through. Bust should just get melted through here. Flash and the follow-up damage will be enough. BZ being chased down, however, by FaZe, has to use his own flash to get away. TP still up, though, so he shouldn't lose too much off of this.
Yeah, shouldn't lose too much, but I do feel like BZ should have gone back to the lane. Never mind.
Propaganda going forwards. Chrisberg not able to put that much damage down after being caught by the Tangle Barb, however. Dragdar and Dunna looking considerably the better for that play.
Yeah, so what I was saying is I think BC should have gone to lane earlier. Go back to base earlier, get items, and then teleport back in. Right now, though, it does mean that Yone, with the earlier teleport now, after the gank, it means that tempo should be on Venomcrest's side, and it does mean that with the Drake spawning, I do think that they should be contesting this Drake soon.
FaZe is currently more concerned with clearing out his camps. Hasn't taken a reset yet either. So if there were to be a dragon attempt, I feel like it would have to be a minute or so from now. Like waiting for camps, waiting for that reset coming through as Karina makes her way towards the bot side. Chrisberg trying to make the angle happen. Will be able to pick up the kill onto Dunna, but there's no way he's getting away from Dragdar. Karina is going to try and finish off Proper Panda as well. Would have to go into the tower to do it. I don't think she is going to manage it. Panda also holding on to his flash to be able to survive that. Support for AD carry, though. A kill to both of them.
Greeting a little bit, maybe? Oh, dear.
She spots FaZe and is like, nope, bug out. We're done here. It's all good. But FaZe still hasn't taken a reset.
True. I mean, that's the typical idea, right? You just get gold and... Yeah, 2 full clears, and then you can just almost buy a full item.
You want haunting guys, don't you? You want haunting guys as early as possible.
Usually, yeah. Usually do want it because then you get like the early damage on, you get the armor, like the magic shred as well. Darius is going to find Camille though. Mid lane.
Fighting this one through, Air not having a fun time of things. He said that matchup into the Silas, not that happy. Kerberos stacking up the hemorrhage. One more auto. It gets cancelled, but immediate drop back down. The damage from the turret is not going to be enough, and Kerberos is running away with top lane, already with 2 kills.
It's looking pretty bad for Bus right now, and remember, Kerberos did go for the counter pick here. I do feel like Camille is a very strong 1v1 champ, and with the shield, she can definitely circumvent most of the damage that Darius is going to do with the hemorrhage, but apparently it's just not enough so far, and Kerberos is walking away with a big lead, and it does mean that once the laning phase is over and Kerberos is going to go for the side lane, who the heck is going to face him?
That, I think, is the question of the day. And whether the 4v5 would work out for Venomcrest, there's a lot of making it awkward from the side of Inkquick. Like, Karina can go through walls. You've got the roots coming through from Dragdar and Dunna, as Fraze is now the one being invaded, getting his blue buff taken away by Karina. This was the counter pick.
Yep. It was a kind of pick, and it's just not doing enough right now.
This was solo queue. Like, Fraze is just going to have to put, like, laner diff.
Oof. Oh, you're being toxic right now. That's crazy.
But as a jungler, sometimes if your lanes fall far behind, then you just can't step into your own jungle. There's the level 7 for Karina in towards Fraze's Udyr. Gonna use the Umbral Trespass. Doesn't quite have the damage though, and the turnaround is coming through. Dunna, in the meanwhile, in the bottom line, has fallen down, and suddenly it's actually 2 kills over to the side of Venomcrest. Proper Panda taking most of the damage, but it's split nicely with Chrisberg. Dragdar feeling confident though, has all of the damage, melts Proper Panda, has the flash if he wanted to continue this, but seems confident, or happy enough rather, to play this one through. Never mind, look who's in the bot lane. It's BZ with the barrier coming through. I do not think it will matter. That last auto attack puts it to 3. And Dragdar looking pretty dang scary at the 8.5 minute mark.
Yeah, so at least 5IQ gets something back. I do think that Karina was a bit overzealous on her ultimate. She hopped into Udyr, and instead of going for like the quick damage burst of the ultimate hopping out, she let Udyr heal, and that just gave Air all of the time to go for an engage, make it a 1v2 and get the kill there. But on the bottom side, it was Venomcrest favored until BZ appeared.
Yeah, that feels about right. Meanwhile, though, looking towards the top side, Karina is able to secure 2 of the Void Grubs, so a point towards the feats of strength there for them. Not able to get all 3, though, so no Void Mites to help with the siege.
Yeah, they're definitely not there. Bust is trying to get a bit of farm back, of course, is down 2 kills, but it does mean that a potential engage here.
Good flash. You will be able
to
avoid all the CC. Continue this play forwards. The Dragon, by the way, Dragon has been completely neglected this entire time. This Bust is being run down. He's trying to use the TP to get out. Watching Guillotine will slice through, and he bleeds to death mid-teleport. 3 for Curb. As the fall is chased down on the front side as well. Proper Panda falls. Karina there as well. The Dragon should be easy pickings.
I've never seen someone die mid-teleport. That's a first for me. It's just the great knowledge from... yeah, definitely just great knowledge from Kerberos to know exactly how much damage he is going to be able to do against Bust. And Bust trying to be a little bit cheeky, getting out with the teleport, but dying off of it is already pretty bad. But also losing access to the teleport for the next, 2 minutes is even worse.
Thankfully, you could say it's bounced out to an extent by the fact that Kerberos doesn't have teleport. Like, you still have more teleports on the side of Venomcrest.
Yeah,
not available right now. In fact, BZ is the only one who has his up currently as he matches up with Air in the bot lane. Let's see what happened top again.
Yeah, it's just going to be a little bit of a chase. Like Kerberos falling into the hands of Darius, of course, trying to E away, but
the hook shot.
exactly making sure that Buzz cannot get out, and then with popping the ghost as well. What can Buzz really do at this moment? As he just dies mid-screen.
Meanwhile, Dunna dying towards the mid lane. Third death for her, the Nico.
Yeah.
Not having the nicest time with things, but of course, she's really squishy. There's a lot of CC on the opposite side coming out from Proper Panda, from Chrisberg, and Phrase, more often than not in this situation, is kind of going to be the follow-up CC.
Yeah, I was about to say follow-up CC indeed. Like Dunna with the Nico should be follow-up CC. Like I don't really see a good engage potential.
2v2 potential.
Yeah. Leona also there.
But yeah, the supports are making their way down. Dunna, I think, going to be a little bit slower to join, and both teams a little bit reticent to fight.
Yeah, I mean, if they're going to fight here, it would be a pretty... I mean, the timing wouldn't be that bad. There's nothing to really fight for on the map right now, and if there's a risk to take, you might as well do it now. On the other side, why would you take a risk when the reward is pretty damn low?
So we were talking about the Stride Breaker on the Darius.
Mm-hmm.
Not today. Shojin.
I mean, it's better in the 1v1, right?
The movement's coming through. Air is able to survive, but he stands on the chain lash too long. Will drop the kill across to BZ. Chrisberg is coming down towards the bot side as well. Will drop down the chain of corruption, but BZ, he's just tanky enough at this point that he is able to survive. Proper Panda, not sure if he can commit forwards, and that is another kill across to Intquick. Karina is confident enough to fight into Phrase and will steal yet another buff away. Still doesn't have form, I don't think, but willing to fight endlessly. Kerberos, of course, now able to support after he's been taking a leaf out of the Barber's book.
Yeah, one thing I am a little bit worried about is the scaling that Camille can do. Bust can get a lot of agency as long as he gets the gold, and of course Darius being like a bit of gold ahead onto Bust right now, it does mean that because Darius is so strong early on, Dragdar, great sidestep. Oh my days, that was a great sidestep from Dragdar. But again, I'm kind of worried in like if this game gets to, let's say, 25 minutes, that Camille should be doing a lot of damage to Intquick.
Well, we're closing on 14 right now. Plate's about to fall off. 90 seconds until the second Drake will spawn onto the Rift. It is amusing to me how long it took for either team to care about picking up that first Drake, the Hextech. Now we've got the completed form for Karina, and Air is going to be the first one feeling dead air as BZ picks up his third kill of the game. The momentum is just so hard to deal with at this point.
Yeah, I'm looking for angles for Venomcrest to turn this all back into their favor early on, but with already a near 4k gold league from Intquick, what can they really do? Looking for a fight.
Karina's walking forwards freely. 3-man Pop Blossom from Dunna. Phrase is able to turn it around, but the rest of the team is still there, and Karina is healing through it all in the Rust form. BZ doesn't even feel like he needs to join the play, as he will take down first turret and secure the feats of strength for 5IQ. Every single fight seems to be so favored.
It's funny because Red King kind of does the same as Udyr does now, which is better. Great flash from Dragdar too.
I'm you, but better.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what are you really gonna do? If Intquick wants to like really go for a flex, they can also let BZ steal the Udyr ultimate and have 2 Udyrs.
So they can. BZ actually in a little bit of trouble right now. Might be giving over his shutdown, but he jucks away. Proper Panda not able to find his mark. The heal coming through from Dunna to keep him alive on barely any health. Dragdar does not have the mana or the flash to chase. But again, that's a fight that Venomcrest initiated. It's like, you might start it, buddy. We're going to end it.
Surely that was single-digit HP from BZ. Look at how greedy they are to get that tower, and they walk away from it as well. The initiation from Yone was clean, and then the re-engage as well, but BZ using Yodem and ulted got out. And then a fight happens in the top lane once again.
BZ has to duck away from the tower, but all of the CC now landing. I don't think you're surviving this one. Proper Panda should drop down, but he can't land the Noxian Guillotine. The resets are not there. Karina comes towards the top side. Proper Dunna will be there as well. Humble Trespass is being used, but she's underneath the turret. She has no flash, and it feels like a huge overcommit from 5IQ. Dunna will be safe enough to get out, but that's some big shutdowns given across. All of the top side dead.
Yeah, and I want to highlight the bus play there, just jumping into the tower, and then as Karina got out of the body, then just flashing out of the range from the Kane moves, and then just got the kill there. So let's go into the replay. You got the engage from Proper Panda as a flash from the Darius to avoid the CC, and Kerberos with the teleport from BZ thinking that they can take the fight. They can't really because of all the CC that Proper Panda can dish out together with the Camille here, and they just got a few kills off of it. It could have gone very badly though with the arrival of Karina, but with a clean play here from Bus, going back into the tower, flashing out of the range afterwards, they just got ahead out of it in this team fight.
That reeks of overconfidence to me, because you're not forced to stay in the body when you Humble Trespass. Like, as soon as the hook shot comes through, you can go, no, it's fine. I'm out. I don't feel like I need to overcommit for this, because the lead that Inquick had has shrunk massively off the back of that play. Now, Venomcrest with the tempo are able to pick up a dragon for themselves, deny stacking from coming through, and with a Mountain Soul as well, like, I think every Drake from this point is going to be heavily contested because it's so good for either of these comps.
Yeah, well, I do see that Dunne Boshond is looking for an engage here, but not really getting anything off of it. In the meantime, though, it's at the same time a barrier for the rest of the team just taking this Rift Herald, right? It's gonna be uncontested. Bot lane a fight, though?
Misses the... It's not the last breath, it's the Fate Sealed. Wrong, brother. There's Karina continuing to be troublesome. Dunna is looking to be the target, but Bust is actually the one who finds himself in an awkward situation. Pop Blossom will land onto 2, but they're the tankiest members. That said, it's not that big of a deal when Kerberos is around. 2 guillotines drop. Bust is trying to get out. Dragdar is going to do the damage. There's a Hectech ultimatum, but it's not going to help.
Ouch.
Unstoppable on the Jhin. A little blip in the system that last fight, but in quick reminders, they're still here to win.
Yeah, it's looking like a slaughter right now. Kerberos is coming in and cleaning house immediately, and it's just out of position. Chrisberg once again though, having to flash, but I don't think he gets out.
There's no one more trespass, but doesn't really matter when the Reaping Slash is taking your life. We see this one again. Oh, there's a fight bot side as well.
yeah, they were fighting quite a bit. BZ though, he got ahead on the damage potential here, and then just goes for a burst to clean Yone off of the map. Yeah, it's like I'm looking to see again Venomcrest. What can they do? They were playing well for quite a bit, especially around the top lane fight, but now Quick is just bringing it back, and they're showing better team fighting than I've ever seen them do before.
They seem to be playing their angles mostly well. I am not going to let them off the hook for that top lane. But Atakan coming up very shortly. Most of the turrets down as they engage. Coming to bot side. Busters are going to be probably dead before anyone even arrives. Oh. Never mind. Air gets in, but he ain't getting out again.
He's definitely trying. Wow.
Does it matter all that much? However, the catch though, Dragdar is actually the one to fall, and now Karina is left alone with 4 different members. The healing will be extremely helpful. BZ playing the angle out. She cannot find a target that matters. I don't know, is that just the most prescient of caster curses? They take another fight, but they overplay it again. A stun lands from Bust onto Dunna, but all the while, Kerb is top lane taking the tower.
Yeah, but that tower is not really worth giving away all of these kills and, of course, the Atakan. But let's go back into this, right? The 1v1 easily won by BZ, but then the re-engage here by the teleport. Amazing movement here by Air, by the way, to dodge all of the skill shots and dish out all of the damage at the same time. It does mean that this entire team fight was turned around, but what happened? BZ's dead.
BZ teleported in to his death, and Venomcrest picked up the Atakan.
Right. Well, we take those. In the meantime, though, Kerberos did take that
bullet point.
top
Let's put
tower.
a bullet point in that execution from Inkquick.
Do it. The bullet point. Don't fight fights you can't win. Right,
it seems to very much just be like, bet we can win this, and then oh, big shocker, oh, we can't actually win this, as Air taking the 1v1 against Kerberos now, but that's a whole lot of true damage. Kerb pick up his 6th kill of the game.
That was
still an absolute menace.
I was like, yo, Air is popping off. He's slaying Kerberos, and then Kerberos like, yeah, actually, here's just four skills, you're dead. That just seemed unfair. Like, for all the work that Air did.
Introduce you to Darius. He's been around a while.
He has been. Ooh, Chris Burke again might be out of position.
Being called. Angel looking
Green on their own.
For an angle. This time not overcommitting for it. Nice to see. Just going to scare them away. Make sure they can't get to their mid tier 2 in time. That will fall. 15 seconds for the next Drake.
Ooh, and that's a Leona ultimate. Whiffing completely.
That's a big cooldown to commit. In comes Dunner. Will land the double root. Chris Burke being jumped on. There's no escape from the Kane Proper Panda. Likely to drop also as we see towards the bot side. BZ and Kerberos were fighting on in. Air was able to... Phrase was able to take one down. Air will not be so fortunate. Is able to take BZ with him, but... Where is Phrase right now?
Yeah.
Just coming out of base as the base is being knocked on by Inkquick.
True, but in the mid lane, they did not have the means to go for a tower take, so it does mean that Phrase on his own can defend both towers, so he only really needs to go for one. But with a Drake spawning, again, this should be taken cleanly by Inkquick. I'm saying should, because you never know. We've been casting curses for a bit.
Oh, this time Venomcrest do not feel the need to contest it. I mean, it's only 2nd Drake, so no soul point on the table. Just a little bit of extra stats, extra resists into the Inkquick pockets. They still maintain a nearly 5,000 gold lead, which says a lot about how these last few fights have been going and how far ahead they were.
Yeah, but I have to really look at the item choice by Udyr, right? We know that the Deathfire Grab... What's that? No, that's a way older item. I forgot, but the AP item that Udyr's used to build, Leandries, I think.
I think it got nerfed out of relevance.
Yeah, but that also means that Udyr's AP damage is even less right now with the Deadman plate. Like, only has 1 AP item, and I would just say build armor GG for Inkquick.
They seem to be doing that. I mean, you're going to have a Deadman's plate for Kerberos before too long. We've got the Zhonya's already picked up by BZ. And one on the way for Dunner as well, of course. Zhonya's very nice for the Nico also. I mean, if you take a look at the vision right now, how many blue wards are even on the Rift?
Yeah, I can only see like 2 or 3. And it was also the reason why Chris Burke got caught out earlier on. He walked in like near a brush where they had no vision, and Inkquick had full vision of everything. He just killed him earlier on, so that's how they got the Drake. That's how they get this incredible lead, 4k, almost 5k ahead.
They hold it for now. Solar Flare. They do find the angle to Dragdar, but he's going to cleanse out immediately. Curtains being called as well. Kerberos is running, looking for the angle in as Karina gets the knock up onto Bust, but they're playing it slow. They don't want to risk too much, and all the while, BZ pushing the bot lane right now. And they decide against committing for the full-blown fight. They're just shepherding Venomcrest away from the topside river.
I mean, Inkquick could rotate towards the top, and then they'll have a push with bottom top.
has to flash away. The chase coming through the wall. Bust is there, ready to potentially find the catch. No flash.
Yikes.
Kerberos will slam the axe down, and with a jungler dead at 25 and nearly 26 minutes, BZ keeping them busy in the mid lane. As Baron being started up. The Silas may die, but at what cost? How much time is being committed to taking him down?
Well, they can't burst down the Baron that quickly with a Jhin, so I'm really wondering if they can take this Baron right now with BZ dying.
Curb is just having to play bodyguard. And of course, Dunna stood alongside him. Venomcrest, they don't want to commit, it seems, though. They're just going to push in the mid lane, try and take this tier 1, and possibly even a second turret, depending on how long this Baron will take to fall. Karina just about finishing it up now as Dragdar and Dunna and Kerberos wait for their opportunity. Curb going to be able to clear the wave out. The barrier on Chrisberg going to make it hard to engage on him as Dunna has found the bait angle. Has to go golden though. Karina jumps into Bust. The healing is going to need to be a lot. It is not enough. Chrisberg able to take that one down as Bust flashes out from the Blade's reach.
Teleport?
Teleport is indeed coming in. BZ looking to find the fight once again. Remember, it was IntQuick that got this. Kerberos is the one caught by the Zenith Blade. He's the one who wants you right next to him, though. He's got the shielding. He's got the damage. He's got the healing to make it happen. Dragdar is still firing freely. Curtain is called. BZ just needs to lock Burst down the once. It's a triple for Dragdar. It's Chrisberg. Needs to stay alive. It seems they'll be able to manage it. But again, Baron is taken. Fight after a fashion. Taken as BZ going to continue aggressing towards air.
Ooh, the flash into the ultimate.
Not a good predict. Chrisberg going to be able to find the damage, though. It's not a 1v1, BZ. And you are not going to take it this time, my son. Able to hold his attention long enough.
I feel like Venomcrest should have gone for the Baron, like go for the fight against the Baron, make sure that IntQuick can't just get it for free. They didn't have enough push to go for that mid lane tower, and that just gave IntQuick the time they needed to take down the Baron cleanly. Even though they didn't really have the DPS to do it quick. So it just goes to wonder, like, why didn't you go for an engage back then? Because you saw how good the team fight went. Because IntQuick already expended a lot of resources in that earlier fight. So you could just go for a re-engage, especially in a 4v5. But they chose not to. They chose to do it a little bit more safely. And that backfired for them.
Karina and Dunna, I like the fact that they're linking up a lot. Just moving around the rift together. Air is going to be the one who starts up the dragon right now. Will be spotted out by the shape splitter. Of course, vision on the air quotes Kane. Kerberos.
Buster might be late.
They're so split up, though. That's a lot of ults committed. Both the Chain of Corruption and the Solar Flare for Kerberos, who just flashes them. Karina now looking to put the damage down. Proper Panda has already been removed. Phrase has been removed. The curtains have been called. Bust is going to try and hold them back. Air so very low as Karina is able to find the Unworld Trespass. Hextech Ultimatum will come down over the top, but Dunna will lock him down. It's a double for Karina. Chrisberg, though, able to put down some good damage. He's all on his lonesome, though, defending against 4 members of IntQuick. Dragdar on full health, ready to chunk through. Chrisberg, can you do what is needed? I'm not sure you can. Nexus turrets falling. Chrisberg still trying to hold on, but it's just not good enough. An ace for IntQuick. A game for IntQuick. They are one more away from Stoke.
One more away from Stoke, indeed. They might be going for the grand finals here. Well, of course, Venomcrest still has a shot to make sure that, you know, maybe it can reverse sweep IntQuick. Who knows? But it's not looking that good. It all came down to Kerberos getting a lead and just walking with it, right? Kerberos was, I think, a major pain in Venomcrest's... how do you say it with a snake? They don't have butts, but you know exactly what I mean. Him just existing meant that the entirety of the backline of Venomcrest, they could not walk forward, because if they go into the face of a Darius, they would just be decimated, literally. And because of it, he could have just healed. He just walks straight into the front line, heals, survives, and dishes all the damage, uses the hemorrhage as well with the slow. And eventually, like, what can you do against our front line? Dragdar had the easiest game of his life, I feel like. He just stood back, just rained down shots after shots after shots. And he was like, what, 12-1 in the end?
There's still the question mark, though. And it's a big question mark. That was not a clean game.
No.
Not even close to one. And despite that, Inkwick had 5k thereabouts gold leads for a considerable portion of that game. Those two things shouldn't necessarily reconcile, Nick.
No, definitely not. Like, the biggest question is, what can Venomcrest do now? I feel like they have the draft game on point. It's just, how are you going to deal with Inkwick? Because, like, if something happens to Inkwick on one side of the map and it's not in their favor, they make sure it's in their favor on the other side of the map. And Inkwick, like, Venomcrest needs to solve this puzzle.
They do. And we can say perhaps that the best of 5 question mark can creep in now. It's game 3. Some of the biggest comfort picks have already gone away from the side of Inkwick. Is now the time to mount a resurgence? If W and Harold want to be correct on their predictions, then they definitely should be hoping so. We'll find out if that is the case, of course, because this series is not done just yet. Venomcrest, they have a mountain to climb if they want to claim their spot in Stoke. We'll have to find out if they do so after this break. We'll be back in a few minutes.
And welcome back, everybody, in quick with another win, bringing this series to a 2-0. And Rory, your 3-0 prediction is getting closer and closer with each game. You must be feeling, like the smartest guy right now, don't you?
You know what? I'm not gonna celebrate until this next game is over. But seeing how they've been able to play against two different styles of comps coming out from Venomcrest, I'm very impressed by 5IQ. And yeah, I think they're just gonna take over. No matter what the draft, as long as they don't completely ink draft, I think they're fine. Like, I just think they're chilling.
Yeah, I mean, this team has really just been consistently taking over more and more as these games go on. They just keep looking better. They might not be inting draft. They even inted a build in the last game. I mean, BZ was having a bit of fun on the map, wasn't he, Harold? Like, this guy was getting caught out a bit and giving over some deaths where they probably shouldn't. And it's like, well, yeah, tell me about your thoughts on that.
I mean, we would come out of a replay and BZ would just be in the middle of 4 people, and then he would die, and it was like, oh. And then it happened 3 times in a row, and we were like,
Yeah.
The
fella was farming TikTok clips. That's the only thing I could say about that.
But honestly, like, it was just... It's not even, like, even at hands of it was just everything, like, from minute 0, it felt like InQuake just had a better plan going into the game. And they just found the execution. Like, we were noting in the green room, like, FaZe was 2 levels down on Karina in the jungle in a matchup that he picked into. And it's not like they were, like, FaZe had forced, like, 3 ganks in 3 lanes and he had to drop to the farm. No. He was farming the entire time. Yes, he went to cover mid for a second, but that was because Karina ganked mid. So he ended up just falling behind in the tempo. But honestly, like, the standout player probably from this game is Kerberos on the top side.
Yeah, Kerberos had a good game for sure. I mean, we have some replays for that. This guy went 3-0 in lane. Rory, like, solo kill after solo kill. We should have that first one available right here. Talk us through it. Yeah,
so he's managed the wave, so it's pushing close to his tower, but it doesn't fully crash, which puts Bust in a really difficult position. He opens with the W into guaranteed Q sweet spot hit, one of the more basic Darius combos, and then he's just about to pull the trigger the moment Bust walks up. He's playing with him here, trying to get a bit of chip damage.
He's basically trying to bait out the Camille hook shot, trying to cancel with that per end.
Production saying whoops in our ears. So, hey casters. So maybe trust us. There was a kill at the end of that clip somewhere. It was within looking at that lane phase. Within a minute, there was a kill for Kerberos.
Kerberos definitely had a game. Here we go. Talk us. This is it.
Yeah, so it's pretty standard Darius all in here. With him getting the Hextech ultimatum at the end, really annoying interaction with Darius is he can't miss ult. Mm-hmm. Even if you go immune to damage when he tries to ult, for some reason it gets reset. I never really understood that. I feel like it's the main way you counterplay Darius.
It's like the Garen ultimate.
Yeah, it's like Garen. It's a dumb thing in my opinion, but yeah, uses it to his advantage fully and can just snowball the entire game off that. And I said in draft, if this Darius gets ahead, he's going to take over, which is exactly what he did.
Yeah, exactly that. And then Darius was winning, and then we also just had winning throughout the map. Everyone on the side of this InQuake team was just up in kills in gold, and we may have another replay. I'll get that to you guys in a second. Harold, I think
the big thing that came through from this game is the fact that as we see here, the replay, this is the last fight of the game, I believe.
Yeah, it should be the last one.
You see just a lot of skirmishing, but like Dragdar is never in a position where he's actually in danger. And here, like, his shots from the ultimate slow down Venomcrest enough that Karina can just fight the Smite Umbral Trespass onto the backline. It gets just delivered in the face of everybody, and Dunn is able to follow up with the Pop Blossom, and yeah. Just the cumulative engage and go buttons once you have that first target access on the side of InQuake was just disgusting.
Yep, basically that right there. And then with the delivery system and all things together, they are able to just take off that Nexus, even get one more kill for the sake of it. And goes 2-0 up. And like both of these games, I don't think they've had any kind of like we haven't had thoughts of, oh, they might lose this. Like sure, they'll give over a kill here and there, they'll make a mistake, but it's nothing that just is like, ooh, are they gonna lose because of it? No. They just looked good. They've looked very good. And going into this game 3, it's you know what, I'm expecting another good game from these guys. They just don't let down, and they've really shown that they earned this spot where they are right now as a team, really just playing the fresh qualifiers, charging through Div 2, now making their way through Div 1 as well, holding that undefeated record. I mean, this guy could be absolute narrative. We talk about Venomcrest last split, they were undefeated throughout the entire season. Now in Quick has said, hey, it's our turn.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
oh,
Please
sorry,
go
go
on.
ahead, Rory.
No, please go on.
No, I think InQuick have came in like I can say this from like a team perspective as well. They were underestimated, or everybody was always under the belief of like as soon as it's a multi-game series with Fearless, this team not gonna have as much. And I mean, personally, it still felt like that after our first game, considering we went to like 50 minutes, and we almost won, then we almost lost, and then we almost won, and then we lost. So,
I
but
remember that game.
yeah, I think Rory does too. He was there as
Oh,
well.
yes.
But I think the major thing that this team has done in this split is evolved to a point where, first of all, I feel like the players have kind of just become better. They feel more locked in when the games come through. Like, I had a lot of critique going towards Kerberos at the start of the split. He looked like he wasn't performing. He looked like he was having a lot of off games. He wasn't playing as well. Like, he's been to EU Masters. He's been to EMEA Masters. He's been there. He's been in the big competitions. And it just felt like he wasn't playing up to that level. And now, like, in these playoffs, from last week and also, like, the 2 games we've seen today, he has been quite on form. He's had his blunders still, because a player, when you can't have the pop-off moments without having the mistakes. But there's a lot of goodwill to be had for this InQuick team and the evolution they've shown throughout this.
Yeah, exactly that. And now we're in this draft, potentially the last draft of the day, as we'll have to look at these bans going in to see what change can Venomcrest do. They've had 2 attempts so far, fallen short both times. This is their last chance to go for the reverse sweep, as again, we get a little bit of a flash forward in this draft. We get Lucian and Misfortune. Rory, how are you feeling about that?
I'm a bit concerned about this Misfortune now that Nico and Rel are both off the table because it's Fearless. So I'm thinking, are you pairing this with an Alistair? What are you looking for here? You're going to have to pick your support very early on in the draft for InQuick, because unless they're doing some weird stuff, like, honestly, I've seen a MF Soraka lane before in Pro, like, just complete base damage dominance. But I don't think we're going to be checking any of that out. So yeah, I expect InQuick here to be picking up a support. But then, like, it's
the
just
necessary takeaway would be Brom. But then you...
Oh, there we go. Okay.
The Alistair, and the Brom goes the other way. They're like, this is what I was worried about. Yeah, it's Brom Lucian, and it's Brom into MF. This is not great. But then again, we've said this about every single InQuick draft. This is not great. And they still made it work.
Yeah, and one thing I'm seeing right now is, first of all, we got Aaron Azir, who, when I've seen this guy play Azir, they've looked great. But we've also got BZ on Echo. And twice I've seen it, it's both been situations where we're like, hey, as long as Echo doesn't get ahead, as long as BZ doesn't snowball in this pick, it'll be fine. And what's happened in both times, this guy's roamed once, picked up 2, 3, 1 kill even, and then at that point, this Echo pick is just so incredibly online, it takes over the game. So is Venomcrest going to be the team that has the discipline to respect it, Rory? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I think so. Echo is a bit easier to track around the map, just because a lot of his damage is in his E, so using it for mobility to move around the map isn't as ideal versus like a champion like Akshan who goes invisible and gets that move speed, or a Neferi who has the E just on a really short cooldown. So Echo is much easier to track, but as we've seen, these team fights can be very chaotic. And a well-placed Echo W during that, just to stun up the backline, especially on a short-range champion like Lucian, can be devastating.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I totally get that. Now we're getting our last set of bans going here. A lot of just, I mean, I was going to say top lane focus, but then you have the, obviously Mundo can go both ways. But these second side bans have been basically the same going into all of these games. So honestly, when it comes to bans, they hasn't much changed there. And we'll have to see how Venomcrest have adjusted their draft and if they maybe will try and give counterpick to their top laner, because so far we haven't seen that, have we?
Well, they're in a situation where they don't get a luxury because you just R4 your jungler on the side of Inquick, and you have probably one of the best, if not the best, AD bruiser jungler in the game. Wukong is disgusting, to say the least. I have been abusing this champion, so yeah.
It may be the really nice pivot in draft, actually, because looking at MF Alistair, Inquick were probably wondering if they could R3 Lilia, but seeing that Braum Azir come out, like, that's so hard to get to into a team fight, so they instead go for this Wukong for that team fight presence. Venomcrest now picking up that Maokai. Azir Maokai is a true and tried duo, right? We've seen it all over the place. Not as much this year. Maokai fell off a little as far as pro presence is concerned, but he's still a really solid champion. And yeah, Venomcrest, if they want to control an area, Brawl Maokai, nah, hell yeah. If you get to that pit first, it's very hard to move you off it.
Okay, this might be a bit of a fucking off angle, but I'm looking at Aurelia. Oh, that's not Aurelia.
It's not Aurelia. Well,
Can you Aurelia into a Brawl? I feel like the moment you get tagged, you're just dead.
Well, but it doesn't matter. You just snowball through the side lane. But they're going to go for the Jace. This is a matchup I would take. As the Jace player, like this is a fine matchup because if you play, you basically stack the damage on the mega form. As soon as he goes mini, you jump in melee form. You kind of run the Gnar down. But the Gnar has windows to outplay. Gnar has a lot of damage, base damage in his kit, plus the regen given to him thanks to the metamorphosis is. Yeah, it's annoying to deal with, but this is Jay's favorite, especially. But then when it comes to side lane threat, I'm giving it more.
All right. Yeah, I mean, both of these drafts are a bit more interesting. I'd have to say so far when I'm looking at this Inquick draft, this is the most standard draft I've seen from them today so far. Games 1 and 2, they were a bit exciting and spicy. This time it's looking a lot more like solid coming together. You've got the Alistair and the Wukong to help enable Misfortune Bullet Time. You've got BZ on an Echo champion they enjoy, and Jace is just a good bit of poke to come into that. But Rory, how's this Venomcrest roster gonna come out into this Inquick team? Like, what are they gonna play for right now in this game?
First of all, I do want to mention, I'm a bit surprised that Bust doesn't go towards the Jace himself. I feel like Jace would have fit into Venomcrest's roster much better here instead of a Gnar, but asking how they'll play. Air will pretty much neutralize the lane. I think it's very hard for Wukong Echo to kill an Azir, especially an Azir who has ult. He can just scoop you off him whenever and slide out. So I'm not expecting much there. After seeing Bust's last game, to be honest, I think if you just repeatedly gank him and neutralize him, it could be your best bet. Breaking that bot lane is very hard into a brawl. So I think if you just bully this Gnar, you get the timings when he goes into the mini, it's really easy to lock him down, and Jace Wukong definitely has enough damage and mobility to do that.
Yeah, for sure. Harold, what are your thoughts overall now with the full teams being locked in now?
I think it's just, again, it's what we were saying before game 2. It's a lot of ease of execution on the side of Venomcrest. You can throw down just that Nature's Grasp into probably following up with a Glacial Fissure plus the Scoop. And it's just easier to execute, but then you do always have to catch this MF in the comp. Because if this MF ever gets to lay down the bullet time with all of the AoE CC and just slow down or power that there is on the side of Inquick, is just so it becomes a question of target selection and managing to find the target. This is probably the game where if Bust has to live up to his flanking way. where
Yeah.
if Ninar finds the way on the backline, it's probably going to be a one fight for Venomcrest, so it kind of has to be the burden of execution is on Bust yet again. So it's a simpler matchup. It's not as punishing as the Camille into Darius. So it's just because we'll have to see whether Venomcrest can also adapt to a bit of a slower tempo game, because you do need items.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, we'll have to see how they adapt all through. I mean, Bust, they've had a rough games 1 and 2. Games 2 a lot more. And you got to ask, how are these players feeling right now? Are they in the zone? Are they ready to lock in another 3 games? Because that's what Venomcrest need. They need to reverse sweep this if they have any chance to guarantee that slot in finals in 2 weeks. And that's a big ask for some players sometimes. So we'll have to see how they're feeling mentally, what their situation is going on, and if they have that kind of drive coming off a split where they were undefeated previously. This is just the first time we've seen Venomcrest lose, and this time consistently against the same team. Is this the kind of team that'll band together and really bring out the wins, or is this what's their biggest, risk is the losing? Now, Rory, you said 3-0. How you feeling? Are you doubling, tripling down?
Good.
Are you gonna? Yeah, you're feeling great.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'm feeling swell right now. I think as far as a flanking champion goes, Nara is probably one of the hardest flanking champions to play properly, because you have to manage the rage bar, which means your team is stuck with windows. As far as junglers go, Maokai has a pretty slow clear compared to Wukong, and we saw what Karina did in game 2 on a champion that could clear faster than Phrase. And yeah, absolute domination in ganking and in farming. So I need to see Phrase step up, to be honest, because last game was a bit of a tragedy.
Yeah, her Phrase as well. I mean, across the roster of Venomcrest, they're definitely having a rough time tonight. But Harold, we both gave them 1 game. Is this the 1 game chance they have? How are you feeling? You're chuckling right there. I don't know. Is that a chuckle
guns,
of
mate.
confidence? Is that some confidence right there, or how are we feeling?
I don't know. I thought the drafting every time on the side of Venomcrest was better. It gave them better opportunities to get in the game. And then we got into the game and it kind of fell apart. So I'm a bit disillusioned with my prediction.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to recant my story and give it 3-0.
Oh,
3-0, we're changing it. I mean, I think if there were games for them to win it, it was games 1 and 2 by draft. This is now a standard draft for this item in Quick, but hey, maybe that's their downfall. Maybe when they play the most accurate meta draft is where they struggle, because they don't have that little bit of flair, a little bit of spice, a little bit of specialness. So we'll have to see if this is the chance. Will Venomcrest get a win, get that momentum up to get the reverse sweep, or is this the loss? And the early stream is a quick 3-0 for us. We'll have to see, as we're going to throw it to our casters again so they can take it away.
Yes, indeed. W in the desk. It's a nice tribute band name, actually. I actually joked in the green room that W and Harold looked like they could put together a good ZZ Top tribute band.
Wow. I can see it. I can see the vision.
They were sharp dressed.
They were. But let's see if Venomcrest is as sharp as our analyst desk right now, because they have to win 3 in a row now. And if they lose only 1 game, it will be end quick going to Stoke for the grand final. So, Brackish, of course. How are you feeling for game 3?
Give us a 4th one, Venomcrest. Come on. Like, I think I agree with the desk that this is actually the closest draft we've had so far in the series. There is one point, though, that if Venomcrest can allow Air to chill out, to get his scaling, the Air Zia has carried them so many games in the past. If they want a way back into this series, I feel like if you can get Air to 3 items, if Chrisberg and Proper Panda can have a good time of limiting Dragdar, especially in the bot side, you know, this is a very aggressive bot lane, one that can do some very spooky things.
Ooh.
Then they might be
Kerberos?
in good stock. Kerberos spots Phrase towards the top side. They are aware of the invade angle. You see, Karina moves up towards the top half. Not really going to be able to find a good engage angle, though. Like, yeah, sure, the Winter's Bite lands, but the follow-up is miles away.
Yeah, going back to the a little bit of the draft talk, I really like the Venomcrest right now. Not just because, you know, it's just a cohesion in a team, because Intquick has it as well. It's mostly that the top laners have their comfort picks, and they should be, you know, the most important on Venomcrest right now. You have Air on Azir, and you have Bust on Gnar. So they have all the agency that you want to have on Venomcrest, and that is going to be like a massive mental victory already, just at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, that invade not going as Venomcrest hoped. I don't imagine it'll be enough to shake the confidence, but of course, sometimes you are just going to think, yeah, I wonder what would have happened.
Yep.
Right now, though,
that's
got to worry about Donut doing the correct thing there, having to jump forwards to prevent Chrisberg from proccing the concussive blows.
Yeah, I was actually surprised that Braum wasn't picked for Intquick, because Braum, together with Lucian,
the same.
stacks a lot of stuns.
Absolutely does. That is something that Dunne and Dragdar are going to have to be very careful of as the lane continues. You can see that they're already showing the respect. The level 2 went the other way first, so they've had to fall back pretty much all the way to their tower.
Mm-hmm.
Interestingly, Fraze is seemingly clearing through his early camps slightly faster than Karina. Of course, the Wukong does not have the fastest of early clears. And the earliest of ganks aren't the best either. Like, you are relying heavily on CC from your laners to get anything done.
Yeah, this deep ward at the correct timing will spot Wukong immediately. I think that Venomcrest already expected Wukong to be exactly where he is right now. It's just to solidify that, right? Yeah, exactly. It's just to solidify it, that he's not suddenly in the mid lane, but like even the mid lane, he couldn't really get anything anyway at this point. At best,
if you land parallel convergence, your mid laner license needs to be revoked.
Yes, exactly. Oh, missing out the tank minion there though. That's a W for Chrisberg there.
No, it's not. You already see Fraze towards the bottom side. The junglers will look to contest for the first scuffle of the game. Karina just deciding, no, it's okay. I'm not losing anything. You know, I'm just spending a little bit more time walking back towards the top side. But, oh, look, my camps are spawning back top side, so I was going to go there anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit of time, as you said, to away. So, like, the tempo will be on Maokai's side. He will be the first one to go back to base, get his items, and Wukong has to follow up. But wow, BZ, the poke really works out in this early fight against Azir. Of course, Azir can't really fight back early on. He really wants to scale, whereas Echo not only has the burst, he also has like a big shield. So he definitely has favorable traits, regardless.
Also, the lethal tempo Azir doesn't mind fighting early, but he wants the trades to be quite extended. Because obviously you want to get the lethal tempo stacked up. BZ doesn't let that happen. He just wants to proc his Z-Drive resonance and get the heck out of dodge, which has led to us having that advantage in health. Donut not quite stunned up. Again, concussive blows not being procced.
Yeah, like if you look at the if you look at the HP and the mana right now, it's definitely on Intquick's favor. I feel like this should be Venomcrest's favor, but they might be trying too hard to make things happen in the bot lane and sacrificing HP to minions to try and trade and poke down Dragdar specifically. Like Alistar, he's very tanky even early on. He has even a healing passive built into his kit. Like, if you take away HP from him, but you trade your AD carries HP for it, like that is just Intquick automatically winning that. And it's just a minor inconvenience to Venomcrest as of now. That might have bigger consequences later on.
Well, it's not had much happen just yet, although Proper Panda being jumped on. Being able to put up the shield, though, Dunne might have overcommitted for it as Chrisberg flashes, picks up the first blood. concussive blows will be stacked up and taken through. Proper Panda commits the flash to the play also. Karina is there, though, to pick up 2 kills on the Wukong. BZ burning his teleport to get there, which means Air now has the freedom to push in mid.
Yeah, and this is a bit of greedy play from Intquick, really underestimating the damage that Braum and Lucian do together. Like, they can stun you, and they have a lot of like initial burst as well together with Lucian. They can just chip you down immediately. And like a big W was that Karina was around just to sweep the kill, so it's like at least a 2 for 2. But again, it's greedy plays from 5IQ that has been consistent in all 3 games so far. But when is it going to be properly punished?
I mean, I would say that the greed was punished well there, but Karina would just happen to be in the right place at the right time to put it to rights, shall we say.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. I agree.
Right now, I was going to say we have a slightly quieter early game. We have, for the most part, been pretty chill. Laners relatively happy to just trade their health bar for those CS. But we are starting to see an advantage towards the top side, of course. The desk pointed out Bust. There's a lot resting on his shoulders this game. The Gnar is going to be tough to execute. You've got to manage that rage bar so well. If you want to have the flank angles. Phrase is here towards the top side. Bust quite low on health, though. And also,
Karina's there.
Rage bar not very filled. Karina is indeed there with the level 6. Just jumping forwards, Warrior Trickster could be enough to burn the flash bust. Close enough to the turret that they decide against making anything else happen.
Yeah, they tried to make something happen in the top lane, and it just wasn't really there. I feel like Gnar and Jace both just want to farm a little bit, as well as in the mid lane. So in that sense, most of the agency right now on the map is for 5IQ. Braum? Maybe going for a... Karina should be there.
They're just trying to be a little annoying, I think. Proper Panda is going to be able to stack up the stun, but there's nobody there. Like, you're putting a bit of damage down, but not all that much, although Karina has to flash. Might be in some trouble here. Chrisberg can just drop the culling across. Bust slows her down as well. The catch, Feat of Warfare, secured for the side of Venomcrest. And look at that. There's some grubs right there for them to take too.
And this is a roam you want to see from Venomcrest. Like, make the plays right now. We've been saying a lot of good things about the mid and the top lane, but right now it is Chrisberg and Proper Panda roaming from bottom through the mid lane to the top, making plays, getting kills, getting the Void Grubs, and they will be the stronger pushing team in this early fight. And actually, wow, getting a kill, yeah. What was that?
Phrase was angling to go and help the dive. They didn't need it. This is what is so scary about the Lucian Braum, and this could be exactly what Venomcrest needs to mount a comeback in this series. They are in the hole, remember. They are 2-0 down. One more loss would be it for the winners' finals. Wouldn't be over for them. You still have a lower bracket to go through, but that 2 weeks of being able to chill, maybe, I don't know, maybe get some more scrims in before the live finals at Stoke.
I don't think Intquick will be doing that. I don't think Intquick will be doing that. I did hear from the analyst desk earlier on, they got at least 1 scrim in. This entire split.
Oh, no, the whole split.
The whole split, they got 1 scrim in, and it was before this fight.
Well, both teams at least respecting how important this match is. Proper Panda is going to be absorbing minions underneath the tower. I like the Hex Flash threaten, but can't really do much to stop the plate going down.
Yeah, true. They know that Lucian had no flash, so like at best he could E forward, trying to get some stun stacks in, but probably wouldn't be enough. Although, you know, they will probably win the 2v2.
You'd like to think so, as immediate culling comes down, as the Unbreakable Will is forced out from Dunner. Should be alright though. Going to take a nice little reset. Dragdar's not exactly suffering either. Just a slight gold disadvantage just because Chrisberg has been the main beneficiary of the Venomcrest kills at this early stage.
He has Hextech. He has Protobelt. Right, so BC having Protobelt, so it makes the meaning clear a bit easier, but also makes it easier to hop into the Azir, who is still building the Nashor's Tooth. And it does mean that Echo right now, with the wave shove that he has the ability to pressure all the side lanes if he really wants to. But I don't think he seems interested in that so far.
Also like to point out the Echo tech is coming through. Air does not get stunned.
Oh.
In fact, considers the scoop back, but thinks better of it. BZ, the Echo tech, you do not level your ultimate until you absolutely have to. So that you can... You basically have to know roughly where you were 3 seconds ago, so that you can level the ult and immediately press it.
Another fight, yeah, another catch. This means Karina being pushed
a little bit of
away. Yeah, once again. And this is something we haven't seen before from Phrase specifically. Like, all the 2 games before this, we saw that Karina could basically do whatever she wanted. But right now, it doesn't really seem that way.
Definitely. Propaganda and Bust looking to try and
Flash.
get Kerberos again. They are not able to do so. Flash is committed, though. Phrase making his way towards bot side. Bust looking for the Gnar into the wall. Honestly, I think it would be enough just to force him away, get a couple of plates. That gold would be very, very helpful for their further plays. Kerberos, yeah, completely zoned out. He cannot get in here. In fact, the flash from Phrase committing in. Gonna take that damage, though, and fall. Kerberos trading it 1 for 1. The tower is getting chunked in trade. We see in the picture-in-picture, though, FlyIQ are not resting on their laurels. They're beating on the top turret.
I think Venomcrest knows that Kerberos is always greedy for those minions. Like, he wants that XP, he wants that gold, and he will sacrifice his life for it. He got a trade kill onto the Maokai, so that's a big W, especially when you consider they were basically fighting over who gets first tower, and because he took out the jungler before he himself died, it was 5IQ getting the first tower as well. So that's a feat of warfare, at least back to them. So I think it's 1-1 as of now.
I believe so. Looking at the jungle epics, we can see will be 2 points for Venomcrest, 1 for Int Quick as it stands. Full set of grubs, of course, went across to Venomcrest's side, which is what is currently making the difference for them.
Yeah. So we kind of need to see what both teams want to continue doing. Of course, you have a lot of mid prio through Chrisberg and Proper Panda right now. They will be able to chase away Misfortune specifically because she doesn't have like a lot of movement in her kit. Like, yes, she has her passive, but once that's
Proper Panda, though, in some trouble, has to flash away. Kerberos is able to get the damage down. Chrisberg is able to trade that back. Karina now needs to step away. Warrior Trickster should be more than enough to get her out. In fact, looking for the angle back in. BZ says he's not done right now. Chrisberg flashes and is able to survive. BZ still refusing to level his ultimate until a time where it is absolutely necessary to do so.
Yeah, I mean, his ultimate doesn't do as much as like an actual skill, so he can, when he's about to hit level 7, he can just scale like a damaging move and just get his damage on board that way. And as you said, only level your ultimate when absolutely necessary. And so far, it hasn't been that way yet. So he's just going for the damage route.
That he is. Of course, at level 11, I presume you don't hold 2 points up for 2 levels in the ultimate.
No,
that would be
not.
That seems very wasteful. But 1 point, of course, is all you will need to get yourself out of the predicament that you have no doubt found yourself in.
Yeah, I mean, eventually at level 11, you can just put that one into like the queue or something. But Jace.
Karina is there though.
Yeah.
Bust, I think, should be able to clear the wave out with plenty of time to spare. Yep, Karina cannot get in time. And Bust was also just about to turn Mega.
All right. I want to say I don't see a fight happening, but the games have him bloody.
Here,
There we
though.
go.
They want this. Karina looking to try and find the angle in, but Air will scoop it up. And that is a first kill picked up. He's a little bit behind on goal
Karina?
towards BZ, or at least towards farm.
Karina is in a weird position, but I think she gets a
She
flank
does
angle
have a
here.
flank angle. Chrisberg might be in some trouble. Gets stunned up by the parallel convergence. Not going to get burst down there. Proper Panda will be the price that is paid. You have to think. BZ dropping low, but Bust cannot threaten him enough. He does now have the ultimate leveled. Looking for the angle in. Phrase finds on towards Dunner. Air has TP'd towards mid lane now, going in. Karina was trying to get the damage onto Quisberg, but he's able to zone this out. Bust is tanky enough that they cannot seem to kill him. Dragdar still walking this forward, but the Gnar will not drop. Kerberos is now about. The bullet time is not enough to kill Bust.
Well, they should be able to get a kill onto the AD carry if they stay, but BZ is saying, nope, I'm heading into the jungle. Maybe Jace and him will be going for a fight here?
Convergence. Air is low. They need to keep him from going back. They keep him from getting the kill. Also, Bust now on a killing spree. And Venomcrest. Their fangs look blunted in games 1 and 2, but they are sharp as heck in game 3.
Yeah, they're injecting chaos into every lane right now, just winning every single engage, and Quick really trying to make something happen on the map, but Venomcrest doesn't let them. But what I do want to mention is Venomcrest does give them space to make moves happen, and that worries me.
Panda being engaged on, but not much damage to speak of it. Glacial Fissure not available. They can't stack up the concussive blows. Karina has been completely zoned off to the side, though. Wave won't last long enough. However, Drake has now spawned, and it should be an easy pickup for 5IQ.
Yeah, there will be one Drake going their way, and there should also be the Feats of Warfare, so they get the tier 3 boots later on.
Meanwhile, who gets it faster? It's got to be IQ. No, sorry, Venomcrest.
Yeah, I think this is the one that gives them the tier 3, if they really want to. And for 5IQ, we wouldn't. Bust, though.
Bust. Tough as hell, though. Last fight, we saw him survive so much. Quisberg holding the ultimate for now. As Karina looking for the angle in. She did not want to flash out, and she just gets melted for her trouble. Able to pick up the Eye of the Herald, though. It doesn't go to waste. But at what cost? The mid-tier 1 might just be free to pick up for Venomcrest. Tragdar getting knocked up, locked up. The damage not quite there, though. Dunner able to keep Quisberg at range. Phrase, however, coming in. Proper Panda tanks the tower for just long enough. Unfortunately, drops for his trouble. Kerberos has the flash, but cannot find the angle in towards Quisberg. And Air stands his ground in the face of the 5IQ solo laners. The lead continues to grow, Nick.
Yeah, and it will grow even more as they are heading for this mid tower, going for the kill.
Good.
That's 2 towers, top as well. A 6k ahead right now for Venomcrest.
What are we seeing? What are we seeing, Nick B?
We're seeing a completely different team from game 1 and 2. And it's just Venomcrest just showing that when they get their champions, the ones they're known for, the ones they love so much and play so much, they can make things happen on the map. Well, I don't think it's coffee. I think it's completely different. Like, caffeine's not enough to make this change of a play.
Quisberg, 5-1 right now. He can be a threat to anyone he so chooses. Problem Panda having a little bit of supportal combat with Dunner there. Of course, nothing coming of it, but as it stands, we're closing on the 20-minute mark. It is a nearly 6,000 gold lead to Venomcrest. The Serpents have molted. They have shed the performances of Game 1 and Game 2, and they are coming ready to fight in Game 3, to fight for that spot in the finals in Stoke.
Yeah, my biggest question right now is how is Intquick going to make use of this Rift Herald? Because it needs to be a good one. They need to swing this gold back into their favor. They all have champions that scale incredibly well by items and not specifically just by XP. Whereas Venomcrest, they have a Maokai. He cares more about XP, but Karina against Bust. Not really going to be a big issue as Mega Gnar was about to happen, but in the meantime, they are taking Atakan and they are taking a fight.
Proper Panda using the shield in the wrong direction. Not that it really mattered as the ultimate being forced out of Dunner.
Dragdar
able to survive pretty well. Proper Panda able to jump away. And in the meantime, they were body blocking for the Atakan take. In trade towards the bottom side, BZ and Karina using Shelly to try and take down some towers. They will get both the tier 1 and tier 2. Bust just waiting.
Alzir's in the back.
Really any damage. Air has teleported in, as you say, Bust. He just needs to survive a moment longer. He's not going to be able to do it. In fact, the last hit of the Cyclone stops Air from getting the angle he wants. Can he find it, though? The Q will cut on through. On the opposite side, they are able to abscond Venomcrest. That's still a big win for them, but as I say that, the 6,000 gold lead has actually shrunk by almost half.
Yeah, they took a tier 1 and a tier 2 tower. So that is like, what, 1,300 gold in favor of 5IQ here, just bringing it back immediately. They were trading kills, of course, and just with that, they made that gap just a little bit smaller, and they made sure that they will get the items where they want to. Dragdar, look at the poke on the Brown. It's like a wet sponge trying to hit you. But, of course, Kerberos is there as well, but he gets taken down in a 1v3 because Dragdar had no way to really follow up on it. Yeah.
It's so difficult to get onto Chrisberg right now, and he currently is the big threat. I say currently, because we've still got to look to the mid lane. 2 items completed for Air. He is 4-0-2. He is a little bit behind on gold towards BZ right now, but that's not to say that he is not right on the cusp of, I think, taking the game into his own hands. Bust
Karina
being engaged upon by Kerberos. Karina is indeed waiting in the wings. And the Gnar timer, the Mega is already timing down. She needs to find, he needs to find a way out and quickly. I don't know if that's going to be the case. Now goes back to Mini, but there are 4 members of Inquick closing in. Bust basically can only survive as long as possible to allow his team to do other things. The Dragon has spawned in the meantime, though. Frazen Chrisberg will be able to take that down, and it will still be sold for Venomcrest.
Yeah, it means that they will be on the sole point after this. In the meantime, though, you do see that Inquick is rushing the mid and the top towers. So again, that should be quite a bit of gold swinging into their favor if they get those objectives. Top tower has fallen, and that's the most gold. I think 950 back into their pocket, and the mid tower is being sieged as of now. But again, the fight.
Chrisberg gonna lock the damage down onto Dunner. Tries to get the ultimate down onto Dragdar. He's able to step away. Karina trying to hold them in place long enough, but BZ is arriving. Chrisberg has so much protection for him. BZ unable to find his man. Dragdar is left out to dry as Air goes unstoppable. Bust TP's in just for good measure, really. It's still 90 seconds to the Baron. Venomcrest, they could look to crack the base.
Yeah, and just one fight and Venom spreads so quickly. Look at that, already sieging the inhib tower. They will just go and get that. Only Kerberos really in their face. They will be going for the kill here.
I mean, you're not getting out. It's the bounce house, and you're going full lethality on the Jace. You are never surviving in that situation. The base has been broken open. The inhibitor will fall, and Venomcrest still have time to take a reset, spend all the gold that they have just accrued, and be there, ready and waiting on the Baron spawn, if that is what they desire.
Yeah, there's a 50 seconds already, so with the mid inhib being taken, it does mean that most prio will be on the side of Venomcrest. Freeze maybe out of position.
No flash. The stuns are coming through. Air trying to come in to support, but Phrase going in the opposite direction. Nature's Grasp coming through still. Dunner able to lock it down just about long enough. That is a big misstep. Phrase now down for 45 seconds. Air is able to ward them away. Bust coming over the wall. That is a very low health. Alistar will be able to trade it back, but Venomcrest, they now cannot start the Baron on spawn.
Yeah, the jungle...
Just getting chased out. Like, you can ult, but where are you going, really? Proper Panda now coming in. He's able to get the damage down alongside Karina to kill Air. That is a big shutdown still, but it is traded back.
Yeah, Kerberos was there just in case, but again, just random picks taken for Inquick. It means that the Baron opportunity from Venomcrest just gets delayed even more, and these things should not happen, I feel like. But they do, and Inquick just make sure that the game prolongs just a little bit to give them a chance to climb back. And just looking again at the gold, it's still 4K, so it hasn't grown.
Dragdar It ain't safe for you there, buddy. Flash has been used, but the movement speed is too much. Chrisberg coming to join the play. Bust will be able to close it out without the assistance. And now with a carry down, Beezy just respawning and Phrase back on the Rift and a river that is completely dark. Venomcrest should be able to take the Baron with no incident.
Yeah, teleport in the mid lane, so they are absolutely going to fight this.
Proper Panda and Bust, all they need to do is delay. If they die, that is not necessarily a problem. Air joining in the pit. Proper Panda needs a way out, really. Although Kerberos has again stepped up and been melted down. A double kill for Chrisberg, who is still chasing the culling over the top. BZ is down. Karina will not survive either. That's a quadra for the Lucian. It is the game for Venomcrest, and we are going past the 3. They're back.
Oh, Dragdar trying to clear the wave, does so successfully, but his life taken. Look how tanky they are. They can just end the game here.
Too little, too late. Venomcrest have reawoken. Chrisberg and Air doing fantastically on the carries. That's not to say that nobody else on this team did their work. Unfortunately, they can't take the extra pound of flesh as Dunner respawns, but I don't think they're going to mind as they bring the series back to 2-1.
Well, and the Snakes are slithering back their way into this series. They're finally on the scoreboard. Take that, Rory. No 3-0s today. It might still be a 3-1, but of course, Venomcrest, they still have 2 more games to win, so let's see if they can do it. And I think it's mostly like they got the comfort picks. They got exactly what they want out of the champions. We didn't even see peak Air on the Azir because he hasn't scaled that far into the game as well, right? They like Chrisberg and Proper Panda had a pop-off game today. And let's see if they can do it again in game number 4.
Sometimes you can just win a game out of bot lane, and Chrisberg got ahead early, put his foot on the gas, and never let up. Venomcrest back in the series. Our first participant at Stoke, perhaps not yet clear. We are going to throw it to a break before Dubby and Harold get to make fun of Rory ahead of game number 4. Don't miss it.
And welcome back, everybody! Rory's heart has been broken because this prediction has not come true. Harold and I are smiling right now because we might get the 3-1 because Venomcrest take their first win, and with that, give InQuick their first loss of this entire split. So, Harold, talk to me. What happened in that game, and why? What was the changing factor that Venomcrest finally found?
I think it was especially like the early aggression.
Mhm.
A lot of Venomcrest just looked more decisive in just saying we're going to attack this point of the map and we're going to shift around and attack this point on the map. Like they went up to Kerberos many a times. They took him down. They 3-manned him. They 2-manned him. They sent the Brom up with the Gnar to just try and shut down the Jace. They were. It just felt like Venomcrest finally like flicked a switch and said, "We have to aggress. We have to take control of this early game, because if we get to late game on even terms, we're not sure we can pull it off against this team." So
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
It-
no, I
it-
completely agree.
yeah, it felt good. Honestly.
It felt good, and it was the kind of thing we were talking about where this is like, we've had Venomcrest have 3 clean drafts so far. Games 1 and 2 where like they have the better draft. Now we're in a moment where the drafts matchups were equal, but that's where Venomcrest shone and took the win. And Rory, we even have one replay from a fight around the middle point of the game, and this is when we could really see Venomcrest taking over. How did you talk us through that?
Yeah, so Venomcrest already had a lead going into this fight, basically on every champion on their team. But really, they just team fought better in this match than InQuick. One of the things we mentioned in draft was how difficult it was going to be for this MF to play into the Braum. So we see immediately the Braum passive taking on to Dunner and chunking him out. And then Karina comes in, tries to be a bit of a nuisance, but she's just blown up immediately. BZ just not able to get anything this game from the Echo pick, really. And I said this Maokai may have a difficult time. I was just wrong. Phrase felt really in his element this whole match. Able to get so many picks. It was just as simple as walking at them and clicking W at times was just enough to impact the game. One thing I do want to point out though, Kerberos was up 20 CS in lane, but after lane looked quite shaky. So we've seen him do fine on the Vayne. We've seen him do very well on the Darius. I'm thinking lane bullies, fellas. I'm thinking the Warwick.
I mean, we have seen that before, but that was a Watley special, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll have to see if Kerberos is the guy to bring it out. But yeah, that is that too, and we'll have to see how InQuick approach this, because I mean, okay, let's be real. They haven't lost a game this split up until now, and in Div 2 they did lose a game there too. So these guys aren't exactly the team that's never lost. They have lost before, so it surely isn't something that completely just tanks the entire mental and brings them down. But what might be dangerous for them is this is game 4 in this Fearless. Champions are getting picked away one by one, and I don't think we've ever seen from either of these sides potentially this champion pool limited this much, because whenever Venomcrest played best of 5's last split, they've 3-0'd every time, quick and easy. How about now though? A lot of champions are gone and there aren't that much left. So Harold, what champions are left that you can think of that either of these teams might look to secure?
Well, for starters, BZ is going to have to play a new champion. Because every single champion he's played this split has already been either picked by him, picked by the opponent, or banned away the entire series. So we're going to see Busy on something new. I do think the focus is still going to come down to the bot lane. I wonder if, since InQuick have taken red side, maybe, just maybe, Venomcrest decide to leave the Ezreal open, ban something else, pick it on one. Now that most AD carries are gone, probably is going to be a Kaisa or an Ashe answer coming through from InQuick, but it just beckons the question of what is, with the priority on first pick, what is it going to be? But with InQuick taking red side, their priority is counter. We saw it every single game. We saw it even in this last game. It was an R5 counter pick for Kerberos. Didn't quite work out thanks to the good micro movement on the map on the side of Venomcrest. But I wonder, it kind of becomes a question of what is your blue one need and what is your R5 ace, basically.
I do think when it comes to later in Fearless, like later in a series, having blue side is so much stronger though. Because you get so many priority champs are taken away, you're scrounging for the next best thing. I think it could be an Ashe pickup, definitely, but you know, Kaiser is still a tried and true champion. Unfortunately for her, a lot of engaged supports are out.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll see less of a Kaiser priority here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of supports are just gone. All these good picks: Braum, Leona, Alistair, Rel. Like, what is left? Nautilus also gone. Like, you got Blitzcrank Hook, Pike Hook. Like,
Ooh, I
what
love
is left
Blitz.
in the tag? I also love Blitzcrank. It's the infinite scaling champion, right? It never falls off. Are any of these teams brave enough to kind of whip it out though? Who knows? But just across everything, there's a lot of limited picks, and now it's fun to see really what's left in the tank for these guys, especially mid lane as well. Air, we haven't seen like their signature rise because these picks have been banned every time too. So even the Venomcrest roster, both sides, they're gonna be deeply tested, and I'm all for it to see what they come up with.
I have just realized something. We're in a game 4 of a Fearless series, and there's a possibility of a Kerberos Gangplank, and I am very excited.
Okay, yeah, that is on the table.
That would be very fun.
Yeah, but I mean, they have the red side, they have the R5 if they wanted. It is the possibility is there, but now I'm like looking back at this mid lane pool. Air's Azir is gone. Rise has been banned every single game. Yona is gone. There is a possibility of a Smolder still for Air, especially.
Yeah.
There is a possibility of something like an Oriana going for something more standard. But as we were saying earlier, there's also the possibility of the Kale or the Kassadin coming through. So it just becomes a moment of like, what is the priority and what can you get away in this draft? But if I'm thinking of like of first pick champions. It's either like, is it going to be like Ezreal or Tristana? Because
Ezra's always banned.
well,
But they could leave it open and pick it themselves.
yeah,
right?
Venomcrest of Blue One, so they could leave it open and then pick it for themselves.
But yeah, the thing is, if you leave Ezreal open, Kaiser is immediately getting jammed. Maybe there's something still in there that you could pair with a Kaiser.
Maybe you
I'm
could-
racking
maybe you
my
can ban the
brains to think
Kaiser.
of another good engaged support that could go with her right now.
Maokai's gone.
Yeah,
Leona's
Maokai's gone.
Nautilus is
Uh,
gone. Well, there's
so-
Pike.
It's
Yeah.
Pike, yeah. There's just not that much left, in all things considered. You could go for some kind of long con pick, right? If you pick the Ezreal itself, hey, you don't have to ban it again in game 5 if you
Oh,
win.
fair point.
So you could try and double down in some area, but it's gonna be risky. It is, but there is opportunity for some kind of creative style. Yeah.
I was gonna say, if Venomcrest pick Ezreal, for all we know, the bot lane of Inquick could just pick Twitch Lulu
Yeah.
and just like have a really good time with it. Twitch is classically a very good pick into Ezreal. So I know the damage for Twitch isn't really there, and Twitch mates have been complaining for years that sometimes like his level 6 ult is kind of more of a tickle. But you know, it's always that possibility is opened up.
I did see it in the NES finals a while back, and it actually carried the game. Like, it was pop off Twitch. They just showed up stealth and would just kill people solo. So if there's a game and a time that
no.
goes getting
Khan
crazy,
first pick.
we might see it. But Harold, as you said, Rakan first pick. Tell me about that.
Well, it's the one engaged champion that was basically left in terms of supports, no?
Yep.
So I guess you just go for the Rakan, and there's with all of those engaged supports banned, there's not really an answer to it. But it is going to be the Karma locked in for Dunne in the bot lane, the middle probably for BZ in the mid lane. New champion for him. Mel's okay right now.
Ooh,
Not great, not terrible.
Pantheon was hovered, maybe not pick. And Jarvan too. To be fair, there's a lot of good junglers open.
Like, it's important to remember that Rumble is still open. So if you want to Rumble Sejuani here, it could be very good.
You also rumble Jarvan if you really want.
Yeah, true.
Spicy hot pot.
Hear me out though. I don't like the Sejuani here that much because of the Mel, right? You could throw your flail
rough.
at her, but she can just reflect it back. And Jarvan might be in a better spot there. Instead, Pantheon does similar thing. Click on target stun, and Venomcrest hovering the Kai'Sa. We'll have to see what they opt in to pick. Renekton over there as well.
Jinx
Are they
is
gonna
open.
make?
What?
Yeah. Reddington, blue 3, giving the blind over to Bust again. Harold, you're in shock. Why is that?
I mean, he was going to blind either way, but... There's a lot of champions that can really ruin the Renekton's day, and one of them is currently being hovered. Yes, Renekton has the winning early laning phase, but Cho'Gath just outscales the Renekton to a point where this Renekton just becomes a bit of a lizard you stomp on the side lane.
What's great is Cho'Gath can also silence Rakan when Rakan goes in a team fight. Just limits that mobility that Rakan has, who's normally reliant on that battle dance. Oh, Harold, a call out to you saying, why don't you pick Kale? Kale's not banned.
Yeah.
Kale banned away from air. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, imagine Phrase ulting in with a Grand Starfall, and then immediately a Kale ult comes in whilst he's diving onto somebody. That is, yeah. I think it's a good idea to ban it away. I think taking away some of Air's more premier picks. The Smolder is still available, but that would give you a lot of physical damage in your damage profile. Tristana banned away from Chrisberg, probably also from Air. Probably a flex between the two.
Also, one of the best things to reflect as Mel is Smolder ult. It's really funny. And it does so much damage because Smolder ult has AP scaling.
And I like these bans coming out from Venomcrest right here, focusing the junglers, right? Karina's had really good games so far. So let's take away as many champions from them as possible and put them in a rough spot here. Also, seeing the Xayah being hovered, it's something that InQuick might have to consider to pick themselves, because they might not want to give over that Xayah Rakan pick. So if they pick it themselves, they're giving last pick to their jungler, and this puts Venomcrest in a really good spot to kind of comfortably pick what champions they want here.
If they do pick the Xayah here, though, it opens up the possibility of a Jinx coming through. Sivir is slightly better. It's less vulnerable in lane to the Jinx, but I wonder now on the side of Venomcrest, what is your lock-in? You need magic damage on this team. I wouldn't mind the Galio, but I don't feel like it's an air pick really. But hovering it again, and it's gonna be locked in.
The Pantheon.
Yeah. Works with the Pantheon and the Renekton.
The issue is InQuick already have a very good disengage and front to back comp. So when I'm seeing like another low damage frontliner get picked up in the form of the Galio, I'm a bit like, so who exactly is killing the Sivir? Because Renekton can just get rooted up by Karma, and then he's kind of just left out to dry. Sure, Jinx, but Jinx has to get very, very far up in a fight to be able to hit Sivir.
I think now it's just a question of, can you snowball the early game enough? Because on the side of Venomcrest, there's a lot of early game power coming through from the soul lanes and the jungle. As the R5 is currently being hovered by Karina, it's the Kindred.
Nice.
I
wouldn't mind it.
Yeah, I see.
You add another AD carry to your composition.
Okay, well, hear me out. This is an InQuick draft. It doesn't perfectly make sense. It's not the complete meta match what you need. And yes, I think this Kindred could pair very nicely with the Karma, because Kindred is getting that bit of extra move speed and shielding to keep themselves alive. We'll give that opportunity. It is locked in. So now we're going back to the game 1 and 2 style drafts where we're like, not too sure about that. But in the case for InQuick, when we have those questions, it's where they shine most.
Well, then I guess this game is a question of whether Chrisberg gets ahead or Karina gets ahead of the tempo. Because if a Kindred's ahead of the tempo, she can carry the entire team to a late game situation. If Chrisberg gets ahead, your front line is paper thin until your Cho'Gath has 3 items. So I don't know. It's a question of timings, but there's a lot of protection for the Jinx. There's a lot of peel. There's a lot of space creation to make sure that Chrisberg is under the least amount of threat possible.
Yeah.
You could say the same for Dragler and Karina, but it is not as easy.
Sure, I mean, this Venomcrest frontline is very tanky. There's a lot of stuff they have to work through to reach this Jinx pick. But if Jinx gets munched on by Cho'Gath, if some kind of big damage comes out and gets reflected by Mel, that could be it, because they lack the damage if this Jinx is taken down. So this is really going to be Chrisberg's moment to shine. They looked great on the Lucian last game, They got all the leads early and mid to really carry it through. So now this might be Chrisberg's chance to really step up and get this team another win to work towards that inevitable reverse sweep. Now, Rory, you did say 3-0. That's not happening anymore. Now, completely out of your predictions, how are you feeling about this draft right now? What do you think is going to happen?
When I'm looking at Ink Quick, I'm a little worried because I'm thinking you've got 3 scaling lanes and a scaling jungler. Where's your early damage coming from? Like, I think they just have to sack Grubs and the first dragon. Unless something in lane goes very wrong, Venomcrest have got those on lock immediately. Like, I don't know. Unless your Karma is doing an excellent time bullying out this Jinx, I just don't know how you're going to play through these lanes, and it makes it really hard for Karina to be able to get the invades off.
Yeah.
Right? So the Renekton's pushing your Cho'Gath, that's rubbish. The Galio is pushing your Mel, because Galio is incredibly good into Mel. That's rough as well. And then, like, if you're invading as a Kindred and you run into the enemy jungler, Hero's entrance is coming in. What are you going to do about that? And the answer is die.
Yeah, exactly that. Now, Harold, we spoke earlier before about having to see BZ on a new champion. We're seeing them on the Mel. How do you feel about Mel as a champion overall, and how do you think BZ's going to do on it? Is this going to be the champion to give them that win so that they can win this series, or is this going to Game 5?
Well, Mel is one of those champions that likes to be basically kite back and have people fight into her because of how her E works, how her Q works, basically being able to stack up the passive to maybe get the big execute with the ultimate. I don't know if she's gonna get to the point where she can make enough space for herself with the amount of engagement there is on the side of that. Like we were saying, Hero's Entrance plus Grand Entrance plus Battle Dance. There's just a lot of tools on the side of Venomcrest to make this Mel's life a living hell, and none of them are projectiles.
Yeah.
You can reflect a Jinx rocket. That's really about it.
Or a Galio Q.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it is in the missile form, by the way. If they combine, you can't reflect it anymore.
Yeah, of course.
Exactly. No, there isn't exactly the most resources available for that, and I think that was a good job from Venomcrest to really, proactively draft against it. When they were hopping to Sejuani, I'm sure they were thinking about that. But Rory, one more point?
I was just going to say, I think this Mel pick was actually a cool shot, thinking that Venomcrest were going to try and play towards an Ahri. And just try and dissuade them off it, but it's really worked out against them in the long run.
Yeah, we'll have to really see how it works out. I haven't seen Mel being played in a while, so I'm very keen to see how BZ does on it. Is it going to give them the win? Is it going to be a problem? We'll have to wait and see as we get to have our casters back again to brief this game before we look at Game 4. We'll see you guys there.
Like the desk, Nick V, I have some concerns because there is a distinct lack of early game, as the desk stated, coming out from Ink Quick, but also as a lack of frontline. Like, in Game 3, what we saw was air scaling up really nicely, but Chrisberg being protected incredibly well by all of the members of his team, really. So, if this Jinx starts rolling, what are Ink Quick going to be able to do about it?
Yeah, I think it's a valid question because the only one who can really build against the Jinx right now would be the Cho'Gath. I don't think that Ink Quick should be very worried about AP damage. Like, they only have Galio to dish that out, and he doesn't really build that much anyway. He's more there to be the anti-AP comp that Ink Quick has drafted. Of course, they did and rounded up with a Sivir Kindred, so they do have the AD and AP on their side. But it does mean that there are 4 squishies, and we are heading into game number 1. A very tanky comp up against a very squishy comp. And, if history... yeah, if history tells me something, usually the tanky comp wins.
Well, see, we said that ahead of Game 1. And we said that ahead of Game 2. And we know how those games went.
Hey, Game 3.
Immediate taunt onto Karina as phrase. Put the damage down, forced the flash away. It's so early that you're not exactly delaying her camps, but early proactivity is what we saw from FaZe. And it was a big part of why they were able to get ahead in Game 3. As the desk pointed out, this is not a composition that realistically should be able to brawl with you over early objectives. So we do have a certain need for FaZe to be proactive, to get them an advantage, to get them those early objectives.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for the in-quick comp, as the analyst desk said as well. Like, what are they really going to do in the face of a Galio, Renekton jumping on them, and then having Chris Berg to, of course, go for his carry role? I will say, maybe I would have liked Kaisa instead of Jinx, because she does bring more AP damage to the team, as well as being a hyper carry just like Jinx. But, you know, Jinx does the job for sure. And I think it's up to Dunne to really make sure that she gets bullied out of lane. Because if that does not happen, it's going to be very rough.
Doesn't seem to be happening right now.
Yeah. I think Dunne is the one getting bullied out of the lane instead.
The question is, who gets the level 2 first? Because that may be a gigantic decision maker. It does look like it's more likely Dunne and Dragdar do, but they're actually so far back that even though they got the level 2 first, they can't leverage it.
Oh, yeah, they're going in.
Panda stepping forwards, but the damage coming down is not enough to really ward them off. It's Dunne who is really suffering as Karma, without all the pots, still has the heal available, but the same is there for Propaganda.
Yeah, and it does mean that Dragdar has to be like kind of the front line in that 2v2, but it does seem like Karina is looking for a kill here.
And Air is already very low. Going to have to try and put what damage down he can. There is
Face rush.
The flash away. FaZe is around to body block also. He needs to go back to his own camps though. Air having to burn flash very, very early means that that is a potentially a very good repeat gank. Chrisberg all of a sudden taking a not great trade.
Yeah, again, Air getting poked out quite a bit, and that's like the early advantage that mages have against the Galio. But as the game continues, it's going to be a lot more rough for him.
And they're going to be a bit careful. They're dodging away from the tether. But the early reset, we see Chrisberg already indexing heavily into I am scaling. We have the call picked up. I mean, we are not at all surprised to see that coming through.
No, but I think that Dragdar is going to do the exact same thing, go back to base and get a call, because Sivir is also a hyper-scaling AD carry that can push even better than Jinx.
They're trying right now to delay those recalls. Dunne definitely being very slowed down in that. The TP coming down into mid lane. I'm not sure what that was meant to show.
That was used.
All right. FaZe lurking around topside, but spotted out on the ward Kerberos has placed. Bust, of course, low on health, but still got a pot there. Will be able to keep himself topped up using the Koldemeeks as well. It's a pretty quiet early game, honestly.
Yeah, I think that's just the nature of both team comps, where the only really the only champion that really wants to go for engage is Renekton and maybe Pantheon. But other than that, they just want to scale. Like Cho'Gath wants to scale, wants to farm up the his gold. Mel does want to do the same thing. Sivir as well. Like Jinx wants to scale. Galio, of course, as well. Like that's almost all lanes except the Renekton.
Bust. Very low on health. Has the rage to keep himself, the fury rather, keep himself topped up still. Level 6 should be very close for Kerberos here. Meanwhile, I thinking about it, but you are right underneath the turret Propaganda.
Yeah, not really much to get there. I think we have a lot to just fill time for right now, but Karina maybe filling the pockets of their enemy. as I guess we are heading into a short break here. So if we look at the state of the game right now, right, we see a lot of, champions just want to scale, they want to get their gold, they want to get their items. And then when we hit the mid game, I think we are going to see a lot of brawling happen between these two teams. And I think, as Analyst Desk said correctly, I do think that because of the way that Venomcrest has drafted, they should have all the priority on the first dragon and the Void Grubs. But time has told us in game number 1 and 2 that IntQuick does work some magic.
They may well need to. Karina is currently getting shepherded out of her topside jungle. BZ stepping across, but Phrase not really feeling the hurt. The move from bot lane, though, is much quicker. They're going to try and jump onto Dunner here. The healing is not available. Phrase getting rooted up and locked down. First blood picked up for BZ. And just for extra measure, there's a dragon there to take.
Yeah, and that's exactly the magic that we were talking about not even 10 seconds earlier. They find a kill, and they find it on the Drake spawn as well. So that should be uncontested because the jungler is the one that died for Venomcrest.
Good start. It looked like Venomcrest were getting slightly the better of things, but faster movement up out of the bottom lane allows IntQuick to be the first to strike Dunner, and Dragdar being there faster to support their team. And so when we come back in, depending on our specific timing, we can expect to see Dragon going down. Phrase is going to be respawning, and of course, big tempo loss from dying in that situation.
Yeah, and I think what the next action from Venomcrest, and I think IntQuick as well, should be that they will be sending their bot lane to the top and then the top lane to the bottom to make sure that they get most champions that are available at the Void Grubs to go and contest that. But we're seeing something completely different.
Yeah, no, they are putting all the hurt down. Chrisberg very, very low. Karina decides very much against going for a potential dive. Proper Panda still having to play this very carefully. With health bars extremely low as well. It's going to be tough. Like, the waves can be repeatedly pushed into you. And
yeah,
it's the best you can do to try and catch as many minions as possible. Chrisberg getting chunked.
Yeah, this is the agency that IntQuick right now has. They have so much range on their poke, and yes, Jinx can have range, but she wastes a lot of mana doing it. And as you can see, she's already out of mana and is forced to go back to the base pretty soon. And like right now, she has to play extremely risky to get that bit of farm so she doesn't lose as much. But again, it does mean that 5IQ gets a lot of tempo throughout the bot lane, and I think Dragdar wants even more minions, wants to make sure that Jinx loses out at least one wave.
I mean, healthy enough that he can do it also. Got just about enough damage, enough mana for a single ricochet, which would set himself up nicely. That is a nice trade from Air, but of course, BZ can just wait long enough to pick up the follow-up, and the damage is considerable.
Ooh,
Flash forced, though. Air is at this point doing a decent chunk of damage. Dunner showing up towards the mid lane. Phrase will spot her out. Gotta be careful. Karina is not too far away. The root will come down. Phrase is okay to step away, however. We are looking towards the Void Grubs fairly shortly. Proper Panda trying to sneak underneath the turret. Knocked up and locked down perhaps by Kerberos. Is not quite enough damage to turn that into a feast. Burst and Proper Panda going underneath the turret. They will be able to convert that across to a second kill for Bust. Hold up. Renekton's at 2 kills.
Yeah, and most importantly, they have all agency to go and start these Void Grubs. Karina wants to contest this, though.
They've got to play this smartly. That's one grub going down. Karina needs to get out, though. Going to have to swap, hop over the wall with the dance of arrows and leave those 2 remaining grubs to Venomcrest to take.
Yeah, it does mean that because they get 2, they still get the jungle stack. So you have to get 2, not all 3 specifically, to get that jungle camp for the Feats of Warfare. But it still does mean that with all, all the prio on Venomcrest's side, Karina still manages to get one of the Void Grubs and then hop back out. So it doesn't say that much right now, but at least the push power of Venomcrest gets nerfed by this. And specifically for IntQuick, they want Void Grubs. With this team, they absolutely want that because they have so much more pushing power with the Sivir.
Looks unlikely that they'll get all three, but at this point, maybe you can snipe out a cheeky little second one. I think more likely the case is that Venomcrest take the other two and are sitting a little prettier for the feat of strength. Although I say that would basically just be evening out the Drake that was lost, of course, due to Frey's dying.
Yep, and I think the biggest question of this whole team, of this whole game, is how is IntQuick going to stack up those Drakes? Because I feel like because of their HP bars being so minuscule, that even if they get one, like if Venomcrest gets one pick, they can just freely take that Drake. But if IntQuick gets one pick, it doesn't really mean that much because there are so many HP numbers on the side of Venomcrest, and there is not that much that Mel can do specifically against that yet.
As we get later into the game, that should become less the case. Yeah. But of course, this Venomcrest comp, we wanted it to push advantages early. While they did end up losing that first Drake, it does look like Grubs are going to be theirs. Bust is in very good shape in the early stages of the game. 2 kills already picked up on towards Kerberos. But Cho'Gath not going to be too upset with that, of course. Like the entire 5IQ squad, they are mostly just scaling right now.
Well, they are frozen in time right now, as they do have a lot of advantage on the map. They are working on the mid lane. They have worked on the bot lane already. So it's mostly the case of where is IntQuick going to play their thing, because Kerberos, he wants to be left alone in the top lane, and he's going to just walk there and go farm and maybe even go for a little bit of proxy. I know he likes that as well. At the same time, IntQuick does have a team that can clear out minions fast. And it's not just Sivir, it's also the Mel with the Karma. So in that sense, it's going to be very difficult for Venomcrest to push into IntQuick. And, they can create some tempo, but it won't be the biggest.
I think it's basically big team fight, Baron or nothing.
Yes.
If you want to set up a big push from the side of Venomcrest, Phrase makes his way top, but cannot find Kerberos.
I think he overshot.
I would think so as well.
He went to the other side of the lane. That's crazy. Chrisberg, though,
in potentially some trouble, although Proper Panda now coming in. Donna is the one taking all the damage. Heal not available. Feat of Warfare will be secured. Chrisberg not going to chase on towards Dragdar to clear out the wave. Happy with what they have picked up because Karina is here towards the bot side. Proper Panda will be A-okay getting back underneath the tower. That should be the play ended. Venomcrest happy with how that turned out, I would say. And the gold is slowly burning towards their favor.
Yeah, and with the Drake spawning in like 45 seconds, I do think that both teams should look to go for a reset. Pantheon and Kindred should be meeting each other here pretty soon.
Yep, Karina going to try and take away these chickens. Phrase not able to stop her from doing so. That's a second mark picked up on the Kindred. Of course, 4 is the first major breakpoint, and then every 3 subsequent.
Yeah, at least got 2 of them already, so halfway there. Karina almost on point to say, like, okay, I can just carry whatever I want. Drake spawning soon, though. We will be seeing a team fight. And right now, IntQuick has the position to keep the vision right there.
Yeah, keep it in their favor. Proper Panda taking a good chunk of damage and being rooted up. Karina is going to start that up immediately on spawn. Venomcrest are pinging towards Dragdar. In fact, both teams are pinging towards Dragdar. He's able to get out safely. I think Venomcrest might just have to concede that it is too difficult to walk in right now.
Yeah.
You see Phrase going back to take his camps. And this will be a second dragon picked up for IntQuick. Really nice for the later scaling.
2 uncontested Drakes for 5IQ. This is something we did not think of. Pantheon is moving into the bot lane just to protect the tower and make sure that Jinx gets the gold that she won, but Cho'Gath? How does that happen? How does that even happen?
Yeah. You meant to... Yep. Not clean. Not a clean dive that ends up working out, though. Kerberos has to burn flash and dies for his trouble. Bust. Still trying to push towards topside. Karina is about Proper Panda threatening BZ, but with no flash, not really much that can come of it. Bust going to be able to pick up another turret plate for himself. So this Renekton, again, really heavily scaled up. But the later the game goes, the less and less value he's going to be able to just straight up have. He's going to have to find tricky angles mostly.
Yeah, and as we go into the replay, we can see exactly what just happened. We saw that Kerberos wanted to go back to base, but realizing, no, I'm gonna miss some minions. Decided to go for a tower dive, though, together with the Galio. Of course, will be tanking quite a bit of it. Kerberos couldn't really do enough. It was actually Renekton tanking most of the brunt of the damage, but they got a kill there. Kerberos in a bad position once again.
And Bust able to step away from the rupture, so able to continue dealing damage. The slow from the Vorpal spikes not going to... or it's going to be able to get him away for the time being. Of course, he is still just scaling up like the entirety of Ink Quick Phrase. Makes his way into the bot lane. Will be able to secure another plate for his team.
Yeah, I will say, what I just saw, Cho'Gath being 0-3 and still outdamaged the Renekton.
Yeah, it's a fun matchup.
Yeah, definitely. All right, Mel does get to stack quite a bit of her passive, so it does mean that potentially could go for a burst on Galio pretty soon, but right now it does not go for it. Doesn't get the stacks up enough to go for a execute yet, but Kara being executed by Pantheon.
Is indeed Dunna taken down. Turret plates have now fallen. Proper Panda taking a chunk off of Karina. The stun combo will not be enough to secure the kill. She is going to flash over the wall, hold on to the Lamb's Respite in case of a dive, as it seems quite likely to happen. That said, BZ is leaving mid lane, has stepped off vision, and that may well be enough to defuse the play.
Yeah, I wonder if Kindred has 3 stacks right now, because I do believe it spawned on the crab in the bot side, and she was right there as well. Nope, it's 2 stacks, so it does mean that Pantheon has done it. Thank you, production, for showing it off. It still means that Karina is a bit delayed on when she wants to scale, but, you know, it is a Kindred. Eventually, she will get it.
Oh boy, the Vorpal spikes damage.
Yeah, it's not minor. They got buffed, by the way.
Yes, it did. Bust not having the happiest time despite being so well fed, although Proper Panda perhaps not quite so happy. Able to get away, has to burn flash and heal in order to do so, and that's just after the Rift Herald spawns.
Yeah, exactly that, and it's another jungle objective that Inquick is just in position, and having pushed Venomcrest out of that position that they were in before, another uncontested pick.
Phrase is now going to be contested on his camps. The Gromp is the one currently bearing the Kindred mark, although
did they forget the... Okay. Dunna just picked up the crest.
Oh, the eye. Kerberos taking a lot of damage, but able to clear the wave pretty well. Bust still going for it and has the damage. Dunna is here, but that is not a place you want to be on the Karma. The lockdown, knockdown, double kill for the Crocdown. Now 4-0, and that should be a top tower just falling down in favor of Venomcrest. 25 seconds on the next Drake, though, could be a soul point for 5IQ. I say that. TP towards mid lane, try and dissuade it.
Yeah, and with Chrisberg being pretty strong right now, it does mean that they cannot push bot lane as hard as they want to with the Sivir. Sivir right now can't really fight against the Jinx, whereas Karina maybe sees a juicy Galio, but now Galio is just already walking and back. So they're just going to hover the Drake, and once again, they are already in position, but Proper Panda might have a pick here.
Raze just going to use the Grand Starfall to make space. There's the TP coming in. Kerberos joining the fray. Bust is coming as well, but he's coming from a weird angle as the damage just coming across the top. Dunner surviving for a long while. The Lamb's Respite comes down as the shutdown drops onto air. The Mel ultimate over the top as well. Chrisberg trying to kite away from Kerberos, but it is no mean feat. He walks it forwards and takes it down just with the autos. Phrase is left alone and will fall also. It is an ace for Int Quick and the soul point to boot.
Who needs HP when you have the Kindred ultimate? Just keep your team members alive while the other enemy team is completely dropping dead after dead, one after one. If this is going to happen again, we might not see a game 5. So let's head into this replay. You can see the initiation completely whiffing. Karina was already out. She has the QWQ to get out of position and then just goes for the re-engage, knowing that the teleport from Kerberos was coming in, and then Venomcrest was completely divided. Mel and Kindred nullifying a lot of damage being thrown their way, and they will simply clean out the front line first, while Kerberos already being tanky enough just dominates the Jinx here. No chance anymore, and they just sweep the field.
5 for 1. Dunner only dying because Bust committed literally everything to ensure she did not survive the fight. Bust still in pretty good stock to fight up against Kerberos, and will need to do so. I wondered for a moment if he was going to continue that play, but the damage turnaround at this point is considerable. On top of that, of course, completed Thornmail means that any healing that Renekton's going to do drop by 40%.
I remember people always telling me that Renekton is the strongest early game top laner. But Kerberos makes it seem like that's not at all the case. And is it going to be even worse as the game is going to prolong, because Renekton falls off, Cho'Gath scales.
The scaling is looking pretty darn good. Karina spots out Proper Panda, who is awkwardly positioned, shall we say. Phrase has come in to try and get the damage. Feast is available if Kerberos lives long enough to drop it. He flashes to try and secure the kill onto Proper Panda, not able to do so. That'll be a shutdown picked up on the bottom lane. Aaron BZ. Honestly, neither of them is really threatening to kill the other very much.
Yeah, it's I think Galio at this point is already where he can just commit onto doing damage on Mel and then just walk away the phase rush. Like, Mel has to use her W to nullify all of the incoming damage as Galio is going to commit for it. Otherwise, it's going to be pretty much a useless skill, but only in the 1v1.
Panda has to double dash to get on away from Karina there, who is at that scaling point. She has passed the 4 marks, I believe currently on 5.
Mid's dropping.
We're not going to beast on in towards this mid lane. Tier 1 turret will drop down. Shelly is in play as well. I think should be able to get a charge off, but it has been left. Looking towards the bottom side river, Karina currently fighting up against Phrase.
Mm-hmm.
Still 2 minutes until the next dragon coming up, though. Like, they are... What are they fighting over? Bust
I think
looking to come in, though. Air following this up. Karina's able to get over the wall. Bust and Air being able to do solid front line, but they are being torn apart. Bust is alone in the front line. The rest of his team cannot do anything to help him, and it's the Atakan that will be the prize. In quick, able to pick this. Phrase does have the ultimate available, but there's no vision. It would be a real risk to commit for.
Now you know exactly why they were fighting. The Atakan was spawning. IQ had all of the vision around the bottom side. And Venomcrest had to commit. And not like this.
Buddy, you gotta run. Tower gets knocked down.
Yeah, he's
the chase down will not be there.
I mean, he has phase rush. He just gets the Q down, gets 3 procs off his Q, and then walks back as we go into a replay. Look at Bust completely going in on his own, but he faces 4 people. And yes, Galio is there, but in the end, they will just be... Yeah, they will be HP bars. That's all they are at this point, and Bust gets destroyed here. And then Venomcrest is left wondering, like, where did it all go wrong?
I mean, it went all wrong when Bust commits to a team fight when the rest of his team can't get into it to help him out. Like, yeah, okay,
Yep.
you've got the hero's entrance over the top, but Renekton and Galio do not win a fight alone.
No, definitely not. Especially in the state that they're in. Yes, Renekton has 6 kills, but we already saw how much stronger Kerberos is with 5 deaths.
There's a reason that Baus likes this champion so much.
Yep, you can just
Currently
walk to people and
90
just slap them
stacks.
around. Oh no.
Phrase. He'll be
Okay.
all right.
Yeah, he has damage nullification as well, so it's all right. But again, with that being spent, it does mean that 5IQ has a bit easier time of pushing out the mid wave and create more prio. Drake is about to spawn, so I think we'll be seeing a
This
fight
needs
over
to
Soul.
happen. Venomcrest, they need to start it up and burst it down as quickly as possible. Kerberos, he's already here though. Propaganda
Rakan.
gets knocked up, able to step away. Air making the space, and they can't take the dragon in time. Another rupture drops down. The flash forward from BZ gets the double root. Chrisberg knocked up, uses the barrier. They're not able to get directly onto the Jinx. The fight continues. BZ on a rampage. Air trying to go in. The dragon should be picked up. However, Chrisberg is still firing, but he can't find the angle he needs. His front line has melted around him. It is a triple kill for the Mel, and it's only Air who escapes alive. The gold has completely flipped. The scaling has happened, Nick V, and it's looking like the series is falling out of Venomcrest's hands.
It's going to be a massive upset if Venomcrest still is able to bring this back. They have to fight in the face of this in quick. Like, at first, we were looking at the draft like, yeah, no way they can fight against Venomcrest. Venomcrest is too tanky. They have a lot of damage on their side, but now the Kindred pick makes sense. Using the ultimate, it doesn't matter how much HP you have because you stay alive for 5 whole seconds. So let's go into this replay. You can see how the Cho'Gath is leading the fray. The Drake is not fast taken. So Kerberos has all the time to just go in. They rain down damage from Propaganda. Doesn't really matter as much, right? Then Galio tries to kite away, and they need to get the hell out at this point. They want to fight. They need to fight. But it's right there where it all goes wrong. Chrisberg and his support knocked up. And what can you really do against it? You have to waste everything to get the Cho'Gath out of the face. In the meantime, the whole front line gets decimated on Venomcrest's side. And then the Kindred ultimate just makes sure that they keep surviving. They have a double smite with the Cho'Gath ultimate as well. So you just get the soul point. They get all the kills that they want, and they're looking to end the game pretty quickly.
Venomcrest burned everything onto Kerberos and still failed Propaganda going forwards, but he is not going to live through it. Looking for the angle on towards Dunna. She's just going to flash away, and it's now full flight. Dragdar with the on the hunt, trying to run this one down. Run Venomcrest off the risk. Chrisberg has fallen to the arrows of Angel, the merciful death at the hands of the Kindred. Air again alongside Bust, standing as the last bastion for Venomcrest. Their scales are being ripped off in quick. They look to hold on. They do not push past their means. They're going to step back. They're going to go for the Baron that has newly spawned in and close out the game as cleanly as they can.
It's just by the book, right? You go for the mid inhib, you take it down, and then you head for the Baron. And then on this Baron, if they play it well enough, they will simply end the game off of it. So, looking at Venomcrest, what do they need to do? They need to somehow deal with the Cho'Gath. I think Kerberos has a massive agency on this champion right now. He leads the fray every single time. When he walks forward, his team follows. When Kerberos gets a knock-up on the back line, they have already won. They need to stop him from even touching the back line.
That's a really big ask, though. Especially buffed up by On the Hunt, buffed up by Karma Shields, backed up by the Lamb's Respite. It feels like despite 5 deaths in the first 20 minutes of the game, Kerberos is standing tall will be able to hold this one down. Chrisberg just gets melted. BZ. We haven't even spoken about him, but this Mel has done exactly what Inquick wanted it to. 904, 3.5 items with a Baron in pocket and Chrisberg down. That's a large chunk of your wave clear gone. It's only tanky frontline. It's only melee champions against constant poke. Phrase goes forward to try and save the game, but there's nothing left to be saved. Air will fall. Left upon the winds as Kerberos will keep the others jailed in their fountain. They're looking for extra kills just to stack up those numbers. BZ will pick up another, go 10-0-5, and that will be it, Nick V. 5 IQ, it was not the cleanest series. They do not remain undefeated, but they will still be your first finals participants.
I think this last game was decided in draft. I'm gonna call it. They went with a heavy AD comp, Venomcrest, and they paid the price. They paid the price in that Cho'Gath was building armor and said, yeah, it's GG. He was basically untouchable, especially with a Kindred ultimate in the back, where he can just survive forever and ever and ever, and gets to heal back all of the damage that's being dealt onto him, as well as drafting 4 melee champions into a Sivir who can get bouncing blades, just hopping back over, and just shred everyone down. I think that's just a major issue that was in this Venomcrest team right now. I think where, like, Int Quick, like, yes, they say they have 5 IQ, but with the last 2 picks that they had, I think they were pretty big brain.
You say it. Draft it. As long as the game didn't fall away from them in the first 15 or so minutes, as you say, like, you look down the Venomcrest roster. Oh, the only magic damage coming out is a Galio?
Yeah, I wanted to see a Kaisa, because Kaisa can do the AP damage that you're otherwise missing.
Well, we will not know, of course, what would have happened in that scenario.
True.
What we do know is that one of the finals participants has been locked in. Venomcrest, of course, far from done. They now go into the losers finals to await who climbs on up to face them. We'll find out that next week, of course. But for now, we are going to throw it across to a break before the desk has, I believe, an interview with Kerberos, and to break down that game and, of course, the series as a whole.
And welcome back, everybody. And I'm joined here by Kerberos. Congrats on the win. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling amazing.
Yeah.
We've worked so hard for this for so long, so it just really feels good to finally get what we've been working hard for.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've had the pleasure of watching you guys all through Div 2 and now seeing your journey through Div 1 has been great. I mean, this split for you guys, fantastic. Current, we were able to stay undefeated until now. You guys had your first loss today in Div 1. How did that feel? I mean, you guys bounced back right away with a win, so clearly no issue at all, right?
Yeah, I mean that was a hard game. I don't think we won 3-1, but I think it was kind of close. Like I definitely feel like this was a losable series. And the game we did lose definitely felt pretty bad, like from the beginning. Luckily, we had some deep champ pools to draw from, so we managed to, get it back in the end. But no, it was genuinely like a very fun series. I think it was actually quite close. Like I felt like it was like losable in all of the games. Maybe the last one was like kind of won towards the end, but like it was definitely a close series.
Yeah, for sure. I think games 1 and 2, we were talking about the draft a lot, and even though we might have favored that towards Venomcrest, you guys just played better, and that's really what brought you guys the win. Now, after your last win, we did hear Dragdar say that you guys have scrimmed 0 times for that match. Is that still continuing? Is the trend of 0 scrims teams going true, or have some scrims been picked up and planned since then?
Actually, I believe the team scrimmed for the first time yesterday. So there has been some practice. We've been pulling it up a notch. I actually missed the scrim, so like I guess I used the sub top laner or something. But the team, we're working hard. Like we really wanted to make it to the LAN, so so we did actually put in a scrim. Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah, and you have now qualified for LAN in 2 weeks. I'm sure you guys are very excited for that. So yeah, congrats for getting to there. With that 2 week break now, what are your guys' plans for it? Are you gonna do another scrim potentially? Are you gonna be able to show up to this one? Like what are the thoughts going into that after this win?
I mean, I've got a lot of plans in RuneScape, so like I'm probably gonna execute those. I'm sure the BZ has got a lot of streaming to do. Dragdar has a lot of streaming not to do. So that's kind of how we're looking for the landscape of the next 2 weeks.
Okay, fantastic. And of your 4 games tonight, I mean, how did you feel? Like, which game felt the best? Because like we're talking about, I think of game 2 right away with your Darius, right? You got 3-0 in lane, if I'm not mistaken. So you had an absolutely fantastic showing there. Is there any other game you felt would really, really good for you tonight?
Yeah, I think game 2 is the most enjoyable. Like I mean, game 4, I was kind of getting the short end of the stick on where the map was being played for, so that wasn't the most enjoyable experience. But it's also it's a team game, But game 2, I kind of got to do whatever I want, so that's always nice. I also enjoyed the amount of counterpicking I got to do this series. That was a lovely. Doesn't normally happen like that. Hopefully more of that in the future, but we'll see.
Yeah, true. A lot of counter picks were that way. And I mean, game 4 highlight, in my sense, was the final chomp on that dragon, both junglers smiting it through the Kindred ultimate. So you were there saving that very important ultimate for that moment. So it worked out well. And yeah, do you have any other final comments, any shout outs you want to do to your team or loyal fans out there before we close this off?
Yeah, shout out to the team, shout out to all the subs that we've gone through and people who've stepped in. Because it's been a bit of a messy one. I want to shout out to Watley. He's really prepared us well for this series. So yeah, no, that's it. Thank you, everyone.
No, amazing. Well, again, congrats on the win, and we'll see you again in 2 weeks for that LAN final. Much deserved for you guys, and I'm excited to see you guys there. So again, Kurbos, thanks so much for joining. Enjoy the win. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. And with that, I think it's back to the rest of the desk so that our analysts can break down that final game. Here we are. Look at that. Hello. Welcome back.
Hello.
Hello.
3-1, and the prophecy holds true to some degree. I definitely didn't recant. No, that never happened. But
yeah, I mean that game was good. I mean, we had a lot of games tonight, and this was again. What did we say by the end of this? This is a weird draft from 5IQ, right? And what happened? They won. So is that just a strategy for End Quick? Draft something that us don't think is normal, and then take it from there.
Well, I guess this draft works if you get to late game on the third or to an even footing. and they got there basically. So I don't know. It's I'm not convinced it was a good draft, but I think 5IQ are the team to pull off this guy.
Yeah, for sure. And we have some replays ready because there were some very exciting team fights around the mid game. I think the first one, if it was around 20 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. So Rory, once we have that up, why don't you talk us through that?
So this is the first, I'd say, decisive replay here, right? So we're seeing Arena's going to be juggling range over this wall and just chunking people out while the Kindred just has so much mobility. Then, the Renekton dives in. Buster's here with the Galio. Unfortunately, Dragdar pops ult and spell shield. So the Galio will really get zero value except for taunting them quite late before the team can actually get in. Phrase cannot get into this fight at the start. And then once the Melot drops and Bust is just gone, it's really impossible to fight for that coming at a can. Not to mention the Cho'Gath ult's still up. So it's just, we'll see in the next replay as well. Karina is playing that wall of the Dragon Pit, hopping in and out really well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
I
was
mean,
just a good game from them. And yeah, Harold, by all means, talk more about this second
no,
replay
it's
we have
just
coming up.
it's able to just buy attention, and it makes it so that it's a frayed fight between Bust and Air trying to dive in, and Phrase, Crisberg, and Propaganda trying to lock down Karina. Which means that everybody on the side of 5IQ can just turn on the diving Renekton and the diving Galio, and you can lock down those two in a 4v2. And currently in the 3v1 that you have advantage of vision, Karina can just get out. So it's just a real good, really like excellent cognizance of knowing that you can do this kind of play because you have that advantage of vision and you have that advantage of mobility. It felt like Venomcrest were a bit grasping at straws at that point in the game. They were trying to go for the play, and it kind of just went wrong.
I think the main issue that went with Venomcrest this game is I think they were sending their Galio to the wrong side of the map. Because though you are shutting down a Cho'Gath, it's just a Cho'Gath, right? If you were throwing that Galio towards the bot side, I know there was a lot of skirmishing back and forth between these duo laners. But if the Galio was there, I think if you got some dives off, got a few more plates on your Jinx, it could have been a really big decider.
Yeah, and I think in our last replay we'll have coming up, Harold, you can tell us a bit more about that. But every one of these fights that came through, not only did it have where Inquick had more kills, they also picked up the objective.
Yeah, I mean, Inquick, we were saying about at the start of the draft, Inquick shouldn't have had the priority to get the early Drakes, but they were able to. And we see in this fight, again, it's like, it's so broken up. There's no target selection on the side of Venomcrest, while on the side of 5IQ, you get to run at one target and then you back off because you have that type of possibility. Kerberos buying so much space, finding the two-man Raptor in the middle of the fight on Crisberg and Propaganda to just buy the time. And then, I think we've commented a lot on the double smite going down on the Kindred ulted Drake.
Yeah.
I think there's enough being said about that one, but it's really good presence of mind on the side of 5IQ to know that you don't have to commit immediately into the fight, because at the end of the day, Venomcrest's comp is very much like an arquebus. You have one shot and then you need like 2 minutes to reload because you're waiting on all the cooldowns to come back. Well, on the other side, you're playing around with a revolver. Yes, you have a few more shots because you have all of these tools that are non-committal or they're not ultimates. So it was just a really good exploiting of the weakness of the composition that the side of Venomcrest had in this game. And like you having the mental capacity to see, okay, we've burnt this, and this, now we can go ahead more decisively.
Yep. And with that win, or with that loss now, Venomcrest do move down to the lower bracket final, which will be played next Saturday. Now, before that, on Thursday, we have Broad and Friends versus Rise Gaming. We haven't seen these guys since week 1, and that was a heated game. These teams have both grown so much since that week 1, and I am very excited to be able to watch that game. Now, also information for all our viewers real quick. There is going to be an open qualifier open on June 23rd, so keep an eye out on our socials and in the Discord for that, because of any of you teams out there and players that are keen on joining in the UKL, that is the place to start. Now, Rory, what were you about to say before I jumped on that?
Right, I'm casting on Thursday. I was casting the last bloody Broad game. It's going to be an absolute face melter of a match. I promise you that. It's going to be great.
Yeah, the only shame is that it's only a best of 3. If it was a best of 5, I'm sure we would get a lot more. But hey, we'll have to wait and see with that. I'm excited to see it, so we'll see all you guys again on Thursday for that stream. But that's been it for us. Harold, Rory, thank you so much for joining me tonight on these games. It's been an absolute pleasure hanging out with you guys this Saturday. And that'll be it from us tonight. We'll see you all again Thursday for our third to last game this entire season. See you guys then.